They dwell unseen in the shadows. A host of creatures completely different from the flora and fauna familiar to us. An invisible world of life within our own. Since the dawn of humanity, these phantoms have inspired fear in those who could not understand, and have over the ages come to be known as Mushi.
Someone's coming. Someone's strange. Someone's coming.
What was that? A monkey, maybe? Or maybe the forest is playing tricks on me. It's like a sea of green in all directions. I could lose myself in it. But once in a great while, an individual is born into the world who possesses a rare and wonderful gift, the power to create life.
Good. If I just write with my left hand, it should be safe. Let's see. Spring has settled in, and the trees have begun to come alive. The birds have also started. I naturally write with my left hand anyway. This makes things so much easier. Darn it. I almost forgot. These characters are based on pictures. Pictographs. Well, I'll just cross these out. Hey! Come back here, bird!
What in the...
Come on, you can't just go flying off.
ink? Whatever it was. I'm looking for Shinra Yoroi. Is that you?
Oh, yes?
You got my letter, I take it?
Oh, so that was you. You're Ginkgo, the Mushi Master, right? I was actually just writing you a reply. You're not the first person who's come here hoping to study me. But like I told them, I'm afraid I have to turn you away. It was my grandmother's final wish. She wanted to keep others from learning about my gift. She told me I should try to avoid using it as much as possible. I guess you've already seen for yourself. If I draw a picture of something, it comes alive, even if it's not a picture of a living thing. See, my grandmother felt it was somehow wrong that a person should be able to create new forms of life out of thin air. That was work best left to the gods, she always said, and she absolutely forbade me from drawing anything with my left hand. Oh, if I draw with my right hand, nothing happens. Just my left. But unfortunately, I hurt my finger the other day, so...
You were writing left-handed when the creature I saw got away from you?
Yeah, it was an accident. I was completely surprised when it started moving. I don't know why, really. I've had stranger things come to life on me.
Really? Such as?
An umbrella... But I shouldn't be telling you this. Don't worry, that doesn't mean you have to leave this instant or anything. You must be tired walking all this way through the mountains. You're welcome to stay the night if you like. To tell you the truth, it's been such a long time since I've had company. I'd love to hear about what's happening out there in the world. Try this. It's a little fruit wine that I made. I like it, but this is the first chance I've had to share it.
Huh. You really are alone out here, aren't you? I guess there's no one around for miles.
No, it's just me. It's been like this for 4 years now. Before she passed on, Grandma made me promise I'd stay here.
I can see why. If you were living in a town or village and accidentally brought some strange creature to life where others could see it, well, he probably wouldn't be able to live a quiet, peaceful life like he does now. An ability like his is beyond the scope of most people's understanding. Sounds to me like your grandmother was an incredibly wise woman.
Yeah, I guess she was. She was always looking out for me. It's just... Well, I want to show you something.
Please?
Sometimes when I'm by myself, these creatures suddenly appear out of nowhere. I have no idea what they are or where they come from, but they're fun to watch. So one day I drew these pictures and showed them to Grandma so she could see them too. Only it just seemed to upset her for some reason. She said,
These visions, these phantom creatures you claim to see, I don't know why they afflict you so, but I'm sure it has something to do with that awful power you possess. Just put them out of your mind, dear. Forget about them. They're not real. You poor, poor child.
that's all she would ever say about it. And until the day she died, she never really believed I saw the things I saw. It got to the point that I even started doubting myself, thinking maybe she was right. Maybe it was all in my mind somehow. No matter how hard I tried, I just couldn't seem to make her understand.
That's because these creatures are all Mushi.
Mushi?
That's right. I suppose there's really no simple way to explain what they are, but let me give you an analogy. Say these 4 fingers represent animal life and your thumb represents plant life. Human beings would be here. Moving toward the palm of your hand, you find the lower forms of animal life. When you get to your wrist, though, that's where your blood vessels combine into one, right?
Right.
This is where you would find fungi and microorganisms. From here, it becomes more and more difficult to distinguish between plant and animal life. Even so, there is still life beyond this point. And if you keep going, all the way up your arm, past your shoulder, when you get to this point, at the place that's closest to your heart, right here, these creatures are the Mushi. They are life in its purest form. Because of their nature, their shapes and physical appearances are ambiguous. Some you can see, some you can't.
Yeah, some were transparent, sort of like a ghost.
Many of the things that people call ghosts are actually Mushi of some sort. Some can even take on human form. I'm guessing your grandmother was simply unable to see the Mushi. It's not surprising she didn't believe you. It's not easy to communicate a sensory experience. Just as it would be difficult to completely describe the feel and texture of an object to someone who's never held it in his own hands. Try those eyes. It would be almost impossible to make her understand the Mushi world.
I'm sorry, Grandma. I didn't know. But you have no idea how happy it makes me to learn that these strange creatures really do exist.
Now, where was that bathroom again? This place is a maze. It's so big. I don't see how Shinra lives here all alone. Then again, maybe he doesn't. An old house like this, it's no surprise to find Mushi here. Where'd it go?
Oh, a Mushi pin. Hoping to find a new specimen to add to your collection, is that it? You don't scare me, Mushi Master.
Well, you're a cheeky one, aren't you?
What's happening? What is this?
It's Mushi. This one likes to stick to other Mushi. It'll fade in a second. Say, what do we have here? A broken wine cup? It's a shame. I really like the color.
Shut up. Give it back. How dare you barge into my house like this? Go away. Get out!
That's big talk coming from a Mushi. What are you saying? This is your house?
Yes, that's right.
Ah, I see. I think I'm beginning to understand. You were a human once, but somehow you came to acquire Mushi characteristics. You're rather weak, though, which suggests you're not a full Mushi, and along with the broken green wine cup, gives me some idea of how you ended up like this. It also tells me who you are. Your name is Renzu. You didn't think I'd come all this way without doing my homework, did you? I think I know a way that we can make this wine cup whole again. Care to hear me out? For your grandson's sake.
What are you saying? Grandma's still here in this house?
Yes, that's right. She's stuck in limbo, between the human and Mushi worlds.
I don't understand.
There's a phenomenon called a Mushi banquet. The Mushi appear in human form and invite a chosen guest to sit among them. The guest is then presented with a wine cup. For those who accept the cup, as they drink from it, the physical boundaries of their human body begin to fade. In other words, they begin to cross over into the Mushi world.
So that's what happened to Grandma?
That's right, except for some reason her banquet was interrupted. Thus, your grandmother was unable to complete her Mushi transformation. That's not to say she wasn't changed. She was still a different person when she returned to this house. Half of herself had been left behind. But know this, even though the grandmother you knew and loved was only half of her former self, the other half was here too, in this house, watching over you every day, from the day you were born.
I'm sorry, I had no idea.
I know. You weren't able to see her because she's not a full Mushi, but you can still help her. I believe. If you do this, though, she will never be able to return to the human world. It's your choice.
Is that true? So if we do as you say, then I'll really be able to see Shinra again?
Your grandmother didn't need long to decide. Shinra, you will help her, won't you?
Don't watch me while I'm drawing.
I know. Now, whenever you're ready, with your left hand, try drawing the wine cup that your grandmother received at the Mushi banquet, the one that I told you about.
Okay, but you never told me what it looks like, the color or the shape.
It's okay, don't worry about that. Just use your imagination.
My imagination?
Trust me. The half of the wine cup your grandmother kept should have been passed down figuratively through the generations. First to her child, and then to her grandchild. Since he told me not to, I just have to look.
I get the feeling that it's green. Like lush and vibrant. And it's flat and round in shape.
That's it! Oh, wow.
It's cracking.
Renzu!
Is that you, Grandma? Are you there?
Now then.
What is that?
Your turn, Renzu. Drink this.
Grandma?
Come on, no need to be shy.
Oh, sorry, I just wasn't expecting her to be so young is all.
And here.
Are these Grandma's memories? I need to hurry. The sun is starting to set. Mushi? I can't get out of line.
Please, drink, Renzu Yurei. This is a banquet held in your honor.
It's so... I've never tasted anything like it. I could lose myself in this forever.
Are you enjoying your drink? What you are tasting is a living entity known as light wine. It springs from a place that normally you could not reach. A river of light that flows in the depths of the deepest darkness. We have created especially for you this wine cup, which can extract the light. The river flows all around you, as it has since life first began. When it nears the soil, grasses grow green and forests blossom. If it recedes, the landscape withers in drought. In other words, it is the water of life. You will not taste anything more delicious in this world. The reason we have set this banquet for you and shared with you this drink is that we have a favor to ask of you. 31 years from now, your grandson will be born with a very special gift. A power with the potential to change the world as you know it. We would like you to watch over him for the entirety of his life.
My grandson.
His powers will be a source of great happiness for both him and the world. If you agree to the powers of your own, drink the wine to the last drop, and it will be so.
It's empty. I should be getting home. Shinra, I'm sorry. I'm crying, but I have no idea why.
Shinra's tears would not stop. He could feel all of Renzu's emotions as her memories flowed through him. He experienced that day in the forest, just as she had. The overwhelming sadness, the profound sense of loss over the broken cup. And as Shinra's tears flowed, so did the light wine. It flowed from the cup, endlessly, like the river from which it came.
Leaving already?
That's new. This place is covered in moss.
Yes. This is where the light wine spilled onto the ground last night. So, have you given up on studying Shinra then?
For now, I guess. I hear his grandmother doesn't like strangers nosing around.
Well, if you're ever traveling this way, I do hope you'll stop by. I know it can't be helped, but Shinra does get lonely here by himself.
No, I don't think he'll have that problem anymore. At least, not as long as he has you here by his side.
Where's Ginkgo?
He's already gone.
What? But he didn't even tell me goodbye.
It's too bad. We didn't get the chance to thank him properly.
The green wine cup is missing.
From that day on, the rumors of the boy with the godlike left hand were heard less and less, until finally, they simply faded away.
They dwell unseen in the shadows. A host of creatures completely different from the flora and fauna familiar to us. An invisible world of life within our own. Since the dawn of humanity, these phantoms have inspired fear in those who could not understand, and have over the ages come to be known as Mushi.
Good morning, Sei.
Good morning.
How are you feeling today? Do your eyes still hurt?
Listen, Beaky. I want to tell you a secret. It's about my disease. I know what's causing it. I can feel them, you know? Swimming around. Mushi. Living inside my eyes.
My cousin Sei is the youngest member of our family. About 6 months ago, she contracted a disease that made her eyes sensitive to light. It was a mystery. None of the eye doctors could figure out the cause of her illness, and before they could find a way to treat her, Sei's eyes became so sensitive that even the smallest amount of light would cause her great pain. When there was nothing they could do, her parents brought her to my house, since we have a sturdy storage shed that blocks out light. They said it was for Sei's own good that they left her here, but to me, it seemed more like they had given up. Like they...
Did you know we have another eyelid? A second one behind our outer eyelid. Between them, there's a place where no outside light can ever get in. That's where the Mushi live.
Between your eyelids?
That's right. Don't you know how to close your second eyelid? It's easy, I'll show you. First, close your eyes. Do you see anything?
Nuh-uh. Not a thing. Oh, hold on. I can still see some kind of flickering inside my eye.
That's right. Even after you close your eyes, you're still looking at the backs of your eyelids. Your eyes aren't really closed. So that's why, if I ever want to make it where I see nothing at all I do is close my eyes again to shut out the flickering. That's when a curtain of darkness falls.
Sorry, I can't do it.
You can't? Well, it's easy for me.
When I visit Sei, we play together in the dark. Even though I can't see anything when I first step into the shed,
After a while, as my eyes adjust, the outlines of shapes gradually begin to appear. How do you do that? It's almost like you can see the ball.
It's because of the light. A whole river of light that runs underground. You can see it whenever you close your second eyelid, if you keep staring long enough into the true darkness. After a while, you start to see specks of light off in the distance. If you're very still, you can see that the specks of light are actually tiny mushi. But whenever I try to go closer to get a better look...
Stop. Be careful. Don't get too close to the river.
A man is there that I've never met before. He only has one eye. He sits on the other side of the river, and he always tells me the same thing. So I just look at the river from a distance, instead of going in.
I try to understand, but the more I think about it, it worries me. The strange things that Sei sees when she closes her eyes. The lights. That man. What in the world could they be? Beaky, it's okay. I burned the eye bandages just like you told me. And I washed my hands and all the dishes, so... Beaky. I still worry. I just couldn't bear it if you got infected too. But it's not fair. She's alone. She's already been abandoned by everyone else. So if I don't go... You're right, darling. It isn't fair to her. She's a good girl. It's not her fault this happened. I'll just have to try to set my worries aside. Keep being a friend to her, Beaky, so she doesn't lose the light in her heart as well. But please, whatever you do, don't let yourself get infected with her disease.
Really? You're coming? Here?
What's going on? What was that? Don't tell me. Oh no. Oh, Mom. I'm sorry.
you? Is something wrong?
I'm sorry. Beaky. He won't be coming back. He's caught your illness, whatever it is. I know you didn't mean it. It's not your fault. It's my fault for feeling sorry for you. Who's there? If you leave the door open, Beaky's eyes will...
It's okay. Don't worry, he's fine. I gave him some medicine and something to help with the pain. I know you meant well, but leaving him in the dark will only make the disease progress faster.
Now wait just a second. Who are you?
Oh, right, sorry about that. I'm a Mushi Master, Ginkgo. I'm actually here because I heard about the girl you have locked in your shed. The eye doctors couldn't help her with her condition, could they? But I think I can.
Are you telling me you can cure my son?
Well, since he was so recently infected, the medicine alone should be enough. And if we're lucky, a few hours sleep and he'll be as good as new.
Beaky. Beaky. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Say!
So, you're awake. Are your eyes still bothering you? Good. Then it worked. The cause of Sei's illness is the darkness of Minako Mushi. They multiply in the dark. You spent too much time with Sei out in that shed.
Wait, you mean you know Sei? Could he be the one?
Whenever I close my second eyelid, she's there by the river. The light that river gives off is very different from ordinary earth light. It can poison the eye if you look at it too closely.
No, he has both of his eyes. He can't be the one-eyed man Sei told me about.
I'll begin Sei's treatment tonight after the sun sets.
Okay.
Sei. No, you didn't. Damn it, I told you not to go into the river.
Oh, Sei.
Sei's eyeballs are both dead. But I'll try to do something for her if I can. If you close your second eyelid for too long, eventually your eyeballs are consumed by the darkness. Are you ready, Sei? We're going to use the moonlight to chase out the Mushi. Now, keep your second eyelid closed and slowly open your eyes. That's right, come on out. There's light out here, Mushi. There. Say, now, close your eyes, quickly! That should do it. About her eyes.
Those were Mushi. She was telling me the truth all along. There really were Mushi in there.
Her eyes have been completely devoured. I don't know if this'll work, but... I'll try giving her this. You know, you can stop freaking out now. You're gonna faint if you're not careful. Come on, it's just a glass eye. This is some of the liquid Mushi we saw a minute ago. If I inject this into the glass eye, it should turn into a functioning eyeball.
Say, can I ask you something? This river of light you mentioned that the two of you say you can see. Well, what is it exactly?
Try now, if you can, to close your second eyelid.
What do you mean? Are you saying that you've forgotten?
Only then will the path to true darkness be revealed.
You too could see it once. In the past.
From the time that man first emerged into the light, it is said that he forgot how to close his second eyelid. However, this development was perhaps for the best. For before that time, many a man had lost his sight from staring too long into the underground river of light. The second eyelid, true darkness, alien light. Each of these names refers to the sea of infinite life forms swimming beneath our feet.
Suddenly, there was a big flash that lit up everything around us, and then we were plunged into darkness. It felt like the ground fell out beneath me, and I thought I could see a river of light flowing far down below. It was only for a second, after the Mushi Master gave you the glass eye. But it was as being pulled into it. I wanted to stare at it forever.
I'm ready.
Sei was finally able to come out of the shed. She's so happy now. She spends her time admiring the trees and the flowers in the sunlight. I don't think she'll ever be tempted to look for that strange light in the darkness again. I never did ask him, but I wonder if the Mushi Master lost his real eye the same way Sei did.
finally.
I really don't understand how it happened. All I did was put my hands over my ears, and then 4 horns grew from my head.
On dark nights buffeted by snow, when all sound disappears, heed this portent. You must converse with someone, or take great care to cover your ears, lest you want those ears to be devoured.
Thank you so much for coming. So your name is Ginkgo, and you're a Mushi Master. I am Shirasawa, the elder of this village. It was I who summoned for your assistance. As you can see, this is a humble and isolated place. Our village is shadowed at the base of the towering mountains. Those mountains keep this a very quiet place. On snowy nights like this one, words and whispers, and even the wind, can disappear. It is at times like this when some villagers complain of a loss of hearing.
Are both ears affected?
For the most part, no, it's usually just one. Doctors have examined this condition, but they've found no answer. Since there's no natural cause, I began to wonder if something else was behind this.
I've seen these symptoms before. This mucus. It's an infection caused by mushi. What's that? They're called They're a type of mushi that consume sound. They normally dwell in forests and subsist on the sound there. But in winter, the snow absorbs most sound. That leaves them hungry. They've come here looking for food. Now what do we have here? Quite a sizable colony has built a nest. They're competing for every morsel of sound to be had. But if there isn't enough, some will leave the nest to look for a home and a living host. It almost resembles a snail. Where did they go? It appears they just moved out. Did you know you have an organ in each ear that looks just like a snail? It looks inviting to a hungry so it abandons its old shell and adopts the organ as its new one. Then it eats all the incoming sound. But don't worry, they normally don't leave any permanent damage.
Sir? Here's the hot water. Will this be enough for you?
Yeah, thanks. Just a little bit of this in the ear. That should do the trick. Feeling better?
Hey, what was in that? Wait, I can hear again.
Sprinkle some salt around. Make sure to get the upstairs and the attic. That'll keep out any unwanted tenants.
I must admit, I'm quite impressed. I've never seen a Mushi Master in action before. But our work is not finished. There is another whose hearing has been afflicted. In both ears. He is my grandson. I must warn you that his symptoms are far different from the others. And I must also request your discretion in this matter. Please don't tell the other villagers of his condition. Since last winter. That was when those horns suddenly appeared. We're able to hear the everyday sounds around him. Rather, he began to hear strange sounds, dreadful noises that he had never heard before. Even on nights like tonight, when all is silent, Maho can still hear things. Roars, whispers, movements. The sounds never cease, even if he plugs his ears. Those horns seem to serve as new ears that never deafen.
How curious. Could this be the Ah? Mushi that coexist with the Un. They actually eat the silence that the Un create. If one is infected with the Ah, they lose the ability to make out sounds close to them. The Ah takes in all sound and drowns out normal hearing. Ah are much fewer in number than Un. They're rare and very little is even known about them. In fact, I only know of one recorded case where someone was treated for Ah. According to record, the saltwater treatment to extract Un was used. It had no effect, and the Ah could not be coaxed out. Various herbs, holistic remedies, and folk medicines were then tried, but with no results. A year passed, and another winter was at its end. The sounds never ceased tormenting the patient, being bombarded day in broke, and it was said she died of depression, 1 year after her strange symptoms began.
You're saying she died just 1 year later?
We need to get started. First, let's get to know our enemy. Can you hear what I'm saying?
Yes, that's strange. The noises that I normally hear have gotten quieter. Ever since you came in, the noises got louder and louder. It really hurt. I thought that my head was going to explode there for a second.
It's my fault. I apologize for that. You see, I'm able to call out to Mushi and they call back. They're little creatures, but they can make a lot of noise. This smoke will quiet them down a bit, though.
Moshi? So, that's what I'm hearing?
Mostly, in my opinion. We humans have pretty bad hearing, but animals? Their hearing is much more sensitive. They can hear noises that we would never notice. But there is a spectrum of sound so minute that even the animals can't hear.
Oh, really? They don't sound quiet. They're pretty loud if you ask me.
Actually, they're not. Individually, Mushi make very little noise. But you have to realize that there are millions of Mushi out there. Even though their size and their sound might be small, they create a big noise when they all start talking together. That noise builds in volume, like an echo, and it reverberates throughout the world. I believe that's what you're hearing, but it's obviously not through your ears. They were deafened by the Ah. It was only after those horns sprouted that you began to hear the other noises. And your ears, physically they're just fine, so what you're hearing must be through those horns. They hold the answer. Tell me about them, the horns. How did they first appear?
I was covering my ears with my hands. It was last winter, just after my mother had passed on. Before she died, Mother used to cover her ears a great deal. I remembered that one day and decided to try it out for myself. So I did it. That's when it happened. The horns grew out of my head all of a sudden.
Your mother would cover her ears?
I don't really know. I can't remember why she did it. Mother suffered from the same sickness I have. She had horns as well. So even if she covered her ears, she wouldn't have been able to shut out the noises. Shortly before Mother died, she tried to tell me something. She was really weak at that point, but somehow Mother managed to raise both of her hands and cover my ears with them. I wish I could remember what she said. I try really hard to remember, and sometimes I think I almost do. But then those other noises in my head come rushing in, and I can't hear her.
I see. I do feel sorry for the boy. The only good thing is that we've discovered a connection between his sickness and that of his mother. But a cure, that's going to be the real challenge, isn't it?
dear, sweet daughter, Matsu. It broke my heart watching her suffer. With that constant noise tormenting her, she wasn't able to sleep. But she would constantly tell me,
all I want to do is sleep peacefully, in a place where no sound will intrude.
It was just as in the case you mentioned. She held on through the end of the following winter. Then she finally went to that place for which she so longed.
Did her condition ever change, or did she suffer to the very end?
It never changed. Wait. No, now that I think about it, near the end, Matsu looked up at me and said something strange.
Mother, the noises. They've gone away. I can't hear a thing. Absolutely nothing. I'm frightened. Now that they're gone, I actually miss those awful sounds.
After that, she claimed all sound faded. So did her spirit. It was such a tragic loss.
So if I understand you correctly, your daughter couldn't hear anything at all right before she passed away.
Yes, that's right.
Is there anything else?
No, just the story Maho told you. It was this time last year when Matsu put her hands over his ears. I paid it little mind, but I remember thinking it was strange. Just what would possess...
So she couldn't hear anything right before she died. Did the know she was dying and leave her body before she expired? No. If that were so, her hearing would have been restored. Why wasn't she able to hear anything? And if she couldn't hear, why would she bother to cover her ears? Where do you think you're going? Oh, wait. He can't hear me.
Please don't tell. I'm just going out for a little walk. Don't tell grandmother, okay? I have to get outside. If I stay cooped up in the house any longer, I think I'll go crazy. I just keep thinking about my mother and the sickness that killed her. Will it kill me as well?
I don't blame him. After all he's been through, I'd be asking the same question if I were in his place. Snowing.
Maho! Maho! Oh, I'm sorry, sir. Have you seen Maho anywhere?
Don't worry. I saw the direction he was heading.
Why did you let him leave?
I'll find him. Trust me. It's quiet. However, sound is not totally absent. Though it may be faint, even falling snow creates a sound. Nothing is ever truly silent. If it's quiet enough, you can even hear the beating of your heart. But Maho is unable to hear natural sounds like that. He can only hear the sounds of faraway Mushi. And if that imbalance grew worse and worse over time, perhaps, just perhaps, it could make all sound disappear and fade away. Now I get it.
I'm sorry you had to come looking for me. I did, but it started snowing really hard outside. So I came here to wait it out until it slowed down. It didn't. It just kept going down.
What's happening to his voice? Easy there. Stop fighting over me, okay? Now which one of you is Un is coiled clockwise. Counterclockwise. So, there you are. put them on my ears just like your mother did.
Like this? It dissolved.
Even if you cover your ears, you can't extinguish all sound. It must have appeared as if your daughter was trying to shut out any noise before she died. But on the contrary, she was trying to listen to a sound she wanted to hear. Do you hear it?
Yes. It's like a small rumbling.
Exactly. What you're hearing is the sound of the muscles in your wrists moving. The awe feed on silence, so noise is its natural weakness. As you just heard for yourself, the body is always making constant noise. Therefore, if the awe burrowed into a living host, it would be a very uncomfortable and noisy home. That's what the awe is trying to do. Erase the body's sound. If it fails, it will dissolve or leave. If it's successful, the awe takes its toll on the host's body, which dies from depression. This struggle between awe and host takes a year. I have the feeling your daughter probably realized this towards the end. But at that point, she was too weak.
Can you hear it? This is my sound. Long ago, your father and I journeyed. We saw a mountain, and it spewed fire. My sound is exactly like that of the lava flowing from the mountain. That's why, when I'm overwhelmed by the other sounds so much I want to disappear, I listen for my sound, the sound of lava, which can melt anything. Nothing can withstand it. It can melt fear, sadness, all of the bad things in life. Come now, you must listen. The lava flows within you as well, Maho.
The lava.
Maho.
Mother was right about the lava. It's flowing.
These will suffice.
Is that adequate compensation?
That it is.
Is that all right with you, Maho?
Maho, the world can be a pretty quiet place, especially in winter. It's going to take some getting used to, and you may even miss the old sounds you used to hear. But just wait. With spring comes the sounds of life, and you'll forget those old sounds in time.
I don't think I'll ever forget it. I've listened to it for so long. The same sound Mother heard. It's actually very pretty. It gives me the chills.
A Mushi Master?
Yes, my name is Ginkgo. I hear you have premonitions in your dreams. Your reputation is well known in the wrong with these dreams.
Just what do you mean by that?
It's likely that the Mushi are involved in this. Some of them live within dreams and can show you premonitions of the future. They will continue to breed and multiply. This medicine should be able to keep them under control. How often do these prophetic dreams turn out to be true?
I'd say about 1 or 2 in 10.
In time, that number will increase to 4 or 5. When it does, you should begin taking the medicine. If you take it too soon, it could be toxic. But know that if you don't take it at all, you'll remain in your dreams forever. What's important is the balance between the two. So please, be sure to take it. I'll stop by again before the medicine runs out. So, until then, pleasant dreams.
You should never converse with someone talking in their sleep. Those are the words from the land of Utopia.
It hasn't even been a year since the last time I was here. So what happened? What's going on?
So, you've come back. Mushi Master. I've been waiting. There's something that I've been wanting to ask you.
So are you alone here? I saw the village. Don't tell me that the...
Yes, that's right. I'll tell you what happened here. Everything. Come on. Amazing. It's a water vein. With this, we could extend the fields.
Hey! We found it!
Another one of Gene's dreams came true.
Quickly, go tell the others.
The farmers gave us this to say thank you. There's so much. It makes me feel bad.
I know what you mean. But since I can't begin to provide a meal like that from what I'm paid to sharpen swords, I'm very grateful.
Myrtle berries!
But, Jean, the number of dreams you have that are coming true, they're increasing like the Mushi Master said they would.
You mean, you believed what he said? That the Mushi are causing my dreams?
I don't know, really. Maybe. But, Jean, what if everything he was...
Right, dear. I'll take the medicine.
Good. Thank you.
The western cliff collapsed!
Thank you so much. If it wasn't for your prediction, we'd be dead.
I don't know how we could ever thank you enough.
Kinu, sometimes having these dreams scares me. Whenever one of my premonitions comes true, I can't help but to feel that I somehow caused these things to happen.
Don't be silly.
Hey, Gene! This is my way of saying thanks for your help the other day. Here.
Thank you.
Hey, do you think you could have a good dream for me?
Sorry, I can't say.
He doesn't control them. They just come to him.
Well, I'll look forward to your next one.
Thank you.
Don't worry about it so much. I'm sure the only reason you have those dreams is so you can help out other people. Everyone is happy, and it's all because of you. There's no reason to be afraid.
You're right. I'm sorry. At least, that's what I told my wife. But I still felt an apprehension about the dreams. secretly began to take the medicine on my own. But then...
It's a tsunami!
She was down in the harbor.
No, not my little girl. I didn't dream any of this. How could he not have seen this coming? It's all because I took this damn medicine. That's why I couldn't see. I stopped taking the medicine. Soon after, the number of premonitions I had increased, and they were becoming more vivid, more accurate.
Jean, look at this. More gifts left out in front of our house. Please, dear. You need to cheer up.
Then, one day...
Did you have a dream? You're sweating. Was the dream bad? Tell me.
No. I'm just not feeling well, that's all. There was no dream. The next day... It was the same illness I had seen in my dream that would appear at the fingertips and spread over the entire body, causing it to crumble apart like dirt. After that, I was the only one left in the village. You said your name was Ginkgo, right? Well, after that dream became real Ginkgo, that's when it came to me. When you stopped by to visit me that first time, you had deceived me. What lurks inside my mind are not the Mushi that give one prophetic dreams. They are the Mushi that bring one's dreams out of the mind to infect reality. That green mold disease, it first began to spread through the people that were closest to me. It took my wife, then my neighbors, and after that, it spread to the houses across the way. There, before my very eyes, the exact same scene that had been in my dreams became a reality. All of my premonitions, everything I had seen in my mind, were all events that were created through my dreams. That's the truth. And you... me!
Because this is a Mushi that you can never be completely rid of. Once the parasite gets inside of you, it stays with you for the rest of your life. Your only option is to coexist with it. Tell me, if you had known the truth, do you honestly believe that you could have handled the burden of knowing what your dreams can do?
No, but then none of this would have happened. Why didn't you just let me die? They're all dead because of me. Dead!
I'm sorry. Now that it's come to this, I'll do everything I can to find a way to rid you of the Mushi. Please, go on living. The Iminen no Owai, meaning the field of space and dream, are a type of Mushi that normally reside in the dreams of their host. But on occasion, they come out of these dreams, becoming the medium that brings what the host sees into reality. That's why not all of your dreams were prophetic in nature. As they multiply, their chances of escape increase. Becomes greater as well. But still, the Mushi are weak while in this state and will disappear if exposed to sunlight. It's not known why they come out into our world, but somewhere there is a pathway connecting dreams with reality on which only the Mushi can travel. It is said that this is where they sleep, while the host is awake. If I can find this pathway, I might be able to do something. But I've never heard of a case like this on such a grand scale before. The medicine alone won't be able to stop it. Maybe if I increase the dosage. Gene! The medicine. You took it all? Hang on, I'll get the antidote.
Don't bother. Leave me be. I can't go on. Just let me die.
His eyes are moving. He's beginning to dream.
Forgive me.
Sleep talking? You are not to blame. And neither are the Mushi. The both of you were just carrying on with your lives. This wasn't anyone's fault. Don't die. You've done nothing wrong.
Are those wild geese?
Huh? He is sleep talking. This is useless. Where are you anyway? Just hurry up and come back to reality.
A field of reeds.
He answered me. That ringing! What is it? What is this? Bring to reality. I see now. He thought these were geese. It's a giant flock of Himeno no Owai.
Daddy! Welcome home!
We missed you.
Kino. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I killed you both. I failed. I know you must hate me for what I've done to you.
It's all right. None of this is your fault, dear. You've done nothing wrong.
Someone here? It's me. What's that in the panel? Fire. It's hot. Someone. Is that my dream being reflected onto the screen? The fire. It moved from the dream onto my pillow.
Now I get it. It's there too. Wake up! I'll get water. there is a pathway connecting dreams with reality, on which only the Mushi can travel. It is said that this is where they sleep, while the host is awake.
That's it. Now I know where you've been hiding. Damned Mushi! Now you're going to pay!
No, stop it!
But why? Why did you cut me too?
His body seems to be responding well to the treatment. With some rest, he's going to be just fine.
Did you know it would turn out like this? Look at me. All I did was cut the pillow.
The word pillow. Do you know where the origin of that word comes from? It means the storeroom of the soul. For 1/3 of your life, your pillow cradles your head. Perhaps that's how the idea came about that the pillow is where the soul rests. The pillow was the nest of the Imeno no Owai and served as the pathway connecting dreams and reality. I thought that if you cut it, the thing that would be lost would be you.
The storeroom of the soul is a place that lies between dreams and reality. If one does not walk this path, one can never see utopia.
Thereafter, they say that Gene began working as a blade sharpener again. He was skilled at what he did, and his reputation was well known, but for some reason, he slowly lost his soul. Some toured around. In the end, he stabbed himself. People said that the man was afraid of sleeping, that when he slept, he felt his soul would slip away into the unknown. They also say that after the man cut his pillow, he never once had another dream.
A Mushi that devours silence. One that causes horns to grow on its living host. It's quite rare indeed. Hey, what's that?
The cup of a young man whose left hand could breathe life into his artwork.
Oh, please. That boy's distrust for Mushi Masters is well known. I doubt he'd give you an audience, let alone that cup.
Now. There isn't any obligation to buy it, Dr. Adeshino. I just thought this prize would go to waste in someone else's collection.
All right, come on. Let me take a look.
I'm willing to sell it, and at a bargain price, but only if you'll help me. Something very strange. I'd like to capture it.
Something strange, huh?
That's right. In all your studies, have you ever heard of a liquid Mushi that can travel from place to place? A living swamp. As I traveled through the mountains, I encountered many swamps. Come on, another one? Every time I went around one, I would glance over my shoulder and notice something very puzzling. The swamp had completely vanished, leaving no trace of itself behind. Then when I crossed the next mountain, I was met with another surprise. A swamp exactly like the one I'd just seen. You forest spirits like to play tricks, don't you? Swamp. That was you, wasn't it? Can you tell me if there's a shortcut through these mountains? I thought she might be a hallucination at first. Her hair was this unearthly green. It seemed as if the waters of the swamp had saturated it to the root.
Excuse me. What lies in this direction? Beyond the next hill?
I'll answer, but only if you let me ask a question. Is that fair enough? This swamp we're in, there's nothing ordinary about it, is there?
This swamp, it travels, you see. It comes up, sinks down in the ground, and then resurfaces in a new spot. It's on a very important journey. Like you, it seeks a passage through these mountains.
Huh, a living swamp. That's incredible. So, are you moving along with it as it travels? Why? What for? If you keep heading in that direction, you'll reach the sea. I'm headed to a fishing village there to see an old friend. Once the swamp reaches the sea, it'll be impossible for you to travel with it, you know. Oh, by the way, if it's all right with you, I'd like to study this sample of swamp water in the morning.
Yeah, sure.
It's too dark to tell right now, but it might be a new species.
I have to admit, I didn't think you would believe me about the swamp traveling from place to place.
Well, let's just say I'm used to strange things in my line of work.
Line of work?
I'm a Mushi master. Mushi and their related phenomena. They're all pretty strange. Let's take the Suiko, for example, a species of Mushi that exists as a liquid. Suiko is clear and colorless, yet alive. It dwells primarily in old water veins, sometimes even in ponds and wells. If one mistakes Suiko for water and keeps drinking it, they soon become unable to breathe unless they're immersed in it. And even worse, their body becomes transparent. Eventually, the body turns to liquid, and then flows away. The Mushi then disappears. So if things like that can exist, the idea of a traveling swamp isn't too hard to swallow. You get used to it. What about you? Didn't you ever find all this to be frightening?
Not at all. I never found any of this to be frightening or strange. In fact, the first time I saw it, I got quite a different impression. It was awe-inspiring.
Awe-inspiring? How do you mean?
I was swimming, you see. The current grew strong. It pulled me down into the depths of the river. I was swallowed by the waters, unable to find my way back to the surface. I was dying. Then I saw it, immense and green. The thing rose to meet me, then it embraced me within its folds. When I awoke, I was laying on the banks of a swamp somewhere in the mountains. This color. That's when I realized me had undergone a metamorphosis of some sort. It had taken the shape of the swamp. My hair changed too, green, like everything else that lives here. It's a small price to pay, though. I'd be dead if it weren't for this swamp.
You know, when it engulfed me, the swamp actually spoke. It said, "You may live." It granted me a new life, and I'll never leave it. This swamp is the only place I can ever call home. Oh, yes. It looks beautiful on you. Fitting wedding attire for the bride-to-be of a water spirit.
We will look after your mother. Do not worry, Father. Now, child, as you go to face your fate, have no fear. Instead, take comfort in the fact that your name will become legend. Sacrifice appeased the raging flood and saved her village from its wrath.
If one keeps drinking it, their body becomes transparent. It liquefies, then it flows away. Time to go, huh?
It's all going underground. Hey, why are you leaving? Wait a minute. I wanted to study you, too.
Thank you for teaching me about so many things. But now, I must again become part of the swamp.
It's gone. Damn it. Why didn't I see it before? So this is what happens when a Suiko disappears. It doesn't just vanish as previously thought. It simply stays underground as it travels.
But now, I must again become part of the swamp.
Is she mad? Doesn't she know what will happen if she sees this through?
When it engulfed me, the swamp actually spoke. It said, "You may live."
You. You wanted to live, didn't you? This living swamp, it's heading for the sea.
A swamp heading for the sea.
Have you ever heard of this?
Well, now that you mention it, I think I just might have. An old fishing that followed the river to the sea. It was larger than a whale, and when it reached the sea, it disintegrated. Just melted away. This man never claimed to see the thing, but his father did. In his opinion, it was looking for a place to die. Come, time is of the essence. Since we haven't heard any commotion from the fishermen, I'll wager that your swamp hasn't arrived here as of yet. Ah, here it is. A map of the underground water veins in the area. It's quite rare. It was drafted based on the findings of dowsing rods a few years ago.
How accurate is it?
Judging by some test wells that were dug, I'd say 50-50.
The locations of the swamps I saw correspond to these water veins. Does the Suiko travel along them as if they were roads? This vein, it looks like it goes to the sea. But it forks here, makes the swamp's location hard to pin down.
Ginkgo, up here. I've got another map. It's an older one, also quite rare, and it shows where the rivers were thousands of years ago. The estuaries are still in the same place, but the rivers have significantly changed.
Enough already.
Quit boasting about your collection and come down here and help me figure this out. Let me see that.
They're identical. Interesting.
These water veins were a river a long time ago. But at some point it dried up. Over time, all that remained was a layer of stones buried underground. Rainwater drains into the ground and then seeps towards that layer of rock. Once it's there, it gathers in the form of these water veins. An underground river. If that swamp is ancient, it may very well be following its memory of how the old river flowed.
Heading for a predestined place to die. Just like a salmon or a sweet fish.
If it follows this vein, it will emerge in this estuary. If it reaches the sea, it's too late. Adashino, get as many people as you can in the biggest fishing nets in the village.
That's it! Pull it! Come on!
So many of you turned out to help us. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Besides, we fishermen have a lot of idle time on our hands right now. This time of year, there's so few fish in these waters that you'd think the sea had gone and died.
After all you've done for us, we'd do anything for you, Dr. Adashino.
Being a doctor bought you this loyalty?
Not just that. Don't forget, I'm charming. For all this effort, you really don't know if these nets will actually snag that girl, do you?
No. But it's the only chance I think we have at saving her.
Tell me, why is this so important to you? This girl, why does she weigh so heavy on your conscience? I could sympathize with your concern better if the girl had said she wanted to live. But from what you told me, it sounds like her sole desire was to become part of the swamp. Perhaps this path she has chosen brings her happiness. And if that's so, should we deny her fate? However cruel it may seem.
You know that green cup that I brought you?
Huh?
It's a recreation of one that belonged to that young man's grandmother. She brought the original to a Mushi banquet that was unfortunately cut short. That left her trapped in limbo between two worlds, and in a ghostly state that was neither Mushi nor human. Recreating that cup allowed her grandson to see her again. But that stole her humanity. I made her Mushi because she requested it. But I question if I did the right thing or not. Becoming Mushi isn't like a traditional death. Mushi occupy a spot between the living and the dead. That means the person still lives in one and another. Imagine what that must be like. Wouldn't a natural death be more tolerable than living for eons? A life where everything that made you human is whittled away, bit by bit, until absolutely none of it remains. That's the sad fate for which the girl is headed. She even dressed up for the occasion. Her kimono would suit a wedding, or in her case, someone's funeral. So yes, this cruel fate of hers, it is one to be denied.
If you ask me, there's nothing out there.
What was that? Did you hear something?
It's here! It's here! Hold on! What is that thing? Hold it tight! I've got a clear shot! No, stop! There's a woman in there! Huh? Hang on! Don't let go! It slipped through the net. I thought I saw someone in a red kimono.
Damn. Were we too late?
Hey, look! I haven't caught a school this big in ages. Have you?
Oh, it's incredible!
What is that thing?
Doctor, quick, come look. Ginkgo, they found the girl. She's alive. But her body, it's transparent.
Doctor? How's the girl doing?
I'm concerned about her condition. Her body, it's like uncooked dough.
You should see the number of fish out there. They're in a frenzy eating what's left of that green thing. The sea's overflowing with fish, Doctor. What a catch they'll make. If you ask me, that girl's coming as a blessing to this village.
You're awake! Can you hear me?
When we finally reached the sea, I knew that the swamp was dying. Part of me was so terrified of dying, but I was also so very sad that the swamp, it was dying all around me. And now it's gone.
That swamp lived for thousands of years. It chose you to accompany it on its final journey. You're very fortunate.
Yo, hey there.
Dr. Adeshino, hello.
Looks like another big catch today.
Yes, fish are still swarming in from all around. The swamp's remains draw them here. They feast on it.
So, I see that your hair has changed.
It has, and that's not all. I can't breathe underwater anymore either. But I've come to accept that. I'll live a happy life here, on the shores of the sea, where the swamp died.
More swamps, terrific. 1, 2, 3, 4. And here I thought that it left no trace of itself. It was coming up to the surface to leave its children behind.
A swamp is born, but eventually goes dry. Such is the life of a swamp. But the swamp does not always accept its fate with good cheer. When the life within its waters begins to fade, it sometimes walks away. Today the sun will rise and set, just as it always does. Morning blossoms fall, flower by flower. Once again, the sun will set and rise, just as it always does, and flowers will bloom everywhere. But they are different from the flowers of yesterday.
Hey, are we even close yet?
Almost there. So, I guess since it was a doctor that introduced you to me, that must make you one too, right?
Nice try, but no. I'm a Mushi master. Don't look so worried. From what I've heard about this place, it's definitely something I can deal with.
Sorry, it's just the first time I've heard that term before. Look, there it is.
Know what, Aguia? There's a beautiful place. Everyone who lives there is happy. We should go there sometime. I'll take you. Remember that. And don't look so sad, okay? That's the spirit.
Why are you taking such a wide path around the island?
The tide's about to change. The tide system around the island is very complex, and the currents are fast and powerful. You can only get to the island on the day of the spring tide, and even then, only for a few hours.
I see what you mean. It's not the easiest place to get into.
Here we go. Watch your head.
So are you a fisherman or something?
This island has no fishermen. Don't forget the tide. There's only one day a month a boat can leave.
Nothing but rock.
Yes, the island is barren. Everyone gets by somehow. Through determination and faith in the living God.
Living God?
Someone's here. Stay down.
I'm sorry, but I can't let you eat this. It's an offering to the living God. We're going to ask her if she will heal your sickness. Here, get on my back. Let me carry you. You'll feel better soon.
Hey, Nagi, why do we have to hide? What's going on here?
The reason I brought you to this island is to see the so-called living God.
What's that?
She used to be just a normal girl. Please, you have to save her. Everyone is being fooled. Here she is. The man next to her is her father, the head of the household. Every day, a miracle happens to her. Today is the day that her believers are allowed to pay their respects.
Her breathing has stopped completely. Did you see that?
See what?
No, you couldn't, could you?
Now be sure that all of you inhale the fragrance deeply. It will relieve you from the burden of your pains and your illnesses. This is the immortal power of the living God.
After a while, she'll return to normal again. When the morning comes, she'll awaken as though nothing had ever happened.
It was just like what I'd been told. I must admit, I'm still surprised. She heals the sick?
It's all a lie, a charade. My mom died without being healed, even after we offered most of our harvest to the living God. There was no miracle for her. The head of the household and his family were the ones who started the living God religion. They were the first ones to be able to read the tides and land safely on the island. Since then, in every generation, someone from their people from all around began to hear about the miracles and came to the island seeking their own. Every time a living God passes on, another one appears to take its place in less than half a year. As time passed, more and more people came to the living God. Even terminal diseases were said to have been cured. As for me, I could never believe in any of it. But then...
Aquia. So I find you playing with an outsider yet again. Come, we have some important business to attend to.
That was about a month after the previous living God had passed away. It was on the day of the spring tide, just like yesterday. And after that, she changed. She became what you saw. She never speaks a word to anyone. She doesn't remember anything. Not long after, I finally learned the truth.
So yet another has recovered from their illness. It's amazing what one can do with the power of suggestion.
she would be happy to know that she's finally serving her family well.
It was unforgivable. I left the island in search of someone who could save her. I swore to find help or never come back. If he knew I'd returned, her father would be suspicious. To be honest, Ginkgo, you're not safe here either.
I knew I'd regret this.
Please, Ginkgo, I don't want to just give up without trying something.
Fine, we'll try something. But first I'll need to take a look at her. Her pulse is abnormally fast. And her body temperature is far above normal, too. It's coming. Hold that light up, will you? Sorry about this. There it is. It's a Mushi. The parent bore its young, and then it died.
So what did you see?
A Mushi lodged inside the nasal cavity. But I don't know if removing it will bring her back to normal. Is she the only one affected?
No, there are others. They're kept in isolation on a cape at the other side of the island. They're all just like Aquia. Since the old days, people like them would turn up every once in a while. The head of the household from each generation praised them and gave them homes here. They're considered devout believers who are close to the living God. The families they leave behind give them their blessings, believing their bloodline produces someone free from all pain and suffering.
Our search had so far uncovered nothing new. Hey, her condition started during the spring tide, right?
Right.
Is there a place on the island that's normally hidden until the spring tide?
Over there. What are you looking for?
There's one. Look. He's been affected by the parasites. There should be more. Help me take a look around.
I found two more just like that one.
Good. Bring them here.
Nagi!
Secure. I found it.
Hang on, Aquia. Please, stay still.
This will be over soon. There it is.
Aquia? Aquia! It's you. It's really you.
But why would Father do that?
Aquia, let's run away. The next spring tide comes in 3 days. You must keep the fact that you've been healed a secret until we can leave this island.
But I love it here. This is my home. I'm sure that Father will be sorry for the things he did. If I leave, someone else will end up having to become the living God.
Then you should reveal what causes this, to stop the abuse of this island's Mushi and its people. Do you remember the day you became the living God?
Yes, I do. My father had summoned me.
Aquia, I picked this special flower just for you.
It's It's beautiful.
And it smells wonderful. Go ahead, try it. It had a strong scent, and it looked like a morning glory. I've seen flowers like that in the cave. They were blooming in the dark. Is that the cause?
3 days, right?
What is a change in you? Just keep pretending you're the living God until then.
What's wrong? Still not feeling like yourself?
I feel anxious, uneasy. When I was the living God, after the sun would set and I'd begin to age, I could always close my eyes with a feeling of great satisfaction. It was comforting somehow. But now, I'm frightened. When I wake up, all that awaits me is the continuation of the previous day. I feel overpowered by the uncertainty of everything that lies in front of me.
Perhaps you were living in the Mushi's frame of time. This particular Mushi harmonizes its host's biological clock with its own. All living things have a different lifespan. Even so, it's said that the number of heartbeats each being makes is the same. In other words, the density of time runs at different rate. You experience the entirety of its life every single day.
So, maybe that's the reason. Day after day, an hour after hour, I felt fresh and new with every breath. When I tried to think, I couldn't keep up. But I was always content. My heart felt fulfilled and full of life.
In another hour, we'll be able to go in.
Acquia, it's odd that I should find you like this. I would have expected you to be old and weak by this hour.
Father, it's strange. I'm not exactly sure how it happened, but I've been cured somehow.
Silence! I've heard that Nagi has returned to the island. You know where he went, don't you? Ah, yes. Today is the spring tide.
Growing in the darkness, their scent is strong. So this is the Mushi's nest. Using an animal host must increase the offspring's chances of survival.
Someone's coming.
Hey, it's the living god. Where are you going?
Excuse me, but could you tell me where I could find the cave that's at the tip of the cape?
The living god just said something.
I'm so sorry. I'll tell you everything, please. Just help me. Help me save Nagi!
Nagi, you've returned. What are you doing here?
It's you. How could you do that to Acquia?
Nagi, wait! This won't help. Let them be. Their days are numbered anyway. Those who continue to use the Mushi for their own needs slowly lose their sanity. And soon after that, they'll die. You don't have what it takes to handle the Mushi.
He's trying to provoke them. He must have some kind of plan worked out.
Ready, Nagi?
Yeah.
Run!
Go!
Yes!
I'll just have to do this again. Look, he's got one of those flowers. Yeah, just like the one Acquia said he's been using. It's unforgivable.
It looks like we've lost them, but the tide's rising.
Damn it. We've got an hour at the most.
them?
Over here! I found them! Hey! Stand clear! We're gonna widen this opening!
It's my fault. I killed you. Father.
Aquia, I picked this special flower just for you.
Remember that. And don't look so sad, okay?
And it smells wonderful. Go ahead, try it. Aquia! But why? Tell me.
Naki, I'm sorry. On this side, I can live like before.
It's embedded deeper than last time. It'll be hard to remove.
It's okay. The only time Aquia ever looked truly happy was when she was the living god.
Today the sun will rise and set, just as it always does. Morning blossoms fall, flower by flower. Once again, the sun will set and rise, just as it always does, and flowers will bloom everywhere. They are different from the flowers of yesterday. Beautiful.
That day, Ginkgo missed his chance to leave with the spring tide, so he stayed on the island for a month. During that time, he was able to treat all the people on the cape. But even so, whenever the spring tide came and the cave opened up, someone became the living god once again.
There are most likely some people that won't appreciate the treatment. They'll probably smell the flower again. Aquia said,
I'm frightened. I feel overpowered by the uncertainty of everything that lies in front of me.
She and I are not all that different, are we? Just look at me. I have no idea what I'm supposed to do from now on.
you should just live a normal life. Things will be a little better once you're able to fish. You should get everyone to help you open up the cave to allow more boats to go out to sea. It's not going to be easy. But there's one thing you can count on to be on your side. The endless amount of time that waits in front of you.
As we look at the sky, silence regret at the mistakes that I've made. Harsh words we spoke broke our hearts. You had gone away. I realized that living without you is not the beneath flowers or honey knows to wait the sun for warmness. I'm no longer a childish child I used to be when I let you go. If we could turn back time, I promise I wouldn't be that foolish, and I'd love you quietly. The storm would pass and leave us peaceful days. I miss you so bad that I can truly have a happy smile. The feeling in my heart is like having the whole world but feeling empty. Because you are my... I've always thought that they'll be one and foolish when they are in love, and love will start to flame you because they love you. Wonder why we falling apart, because we love each other so.
It's letting up. This one's close. Don't fade. Don't fade away. Please, don't disappear.
Mind if I join you?
Be my guest.
Some weather, huh?
You're telling me.
I could barely see what was in front of me.
It will be like this for another hour.
You a merchant? If you have any food, I'd love to buy some. The long rain ruined every last bit I packed.
Sorry, it's empty. And I'm not a merchant.
What are you planning to put in there? That thing's huge.
He's going to put a corpse in it, right?
No. You're not even close. It's for a rainbow. I'm out here on a quest to find a rainbow, put it in this jar, and take it home.
Yeah, sure, right. But now you've got me curious. Just why would you do something like that? Come on, tell me. It'll pass the time.
You want to know? All right. It all started when I was a boy.
Honey? Kenro, stop him! Please, Dad, don't go! Not again!
The rain is coming. The rain is coming. The rainbow.
Honey! Please, come back!
As far back as I can remember the becoming rain, he would become a completely different person. He'd happily run around mountains, fields, and valleys, and not come back for days. He was a very strange man. After several days passed, we'd find him stuck in the mud or asleep in a field. Sometimes he would manage to wander back to our doorstep on his own. On the days when it didn't rain, he would drink enough water to fill a bath.
You have no idea how embarrassing this is for me. Sometimes I wish you'd never come back.
I'm sorry. I have no idea what's happening to me. I can't control myself. It all started when I saw that rainbow.
There's no such rainbow! You've just gone mad, that's all!
Hey, Dad. Is it fun for you to run around in the rain like that?
Of course. It's more fun than you could possibly imagine.
Well, then I want to do it too.
No, you mustn't. Your mother will yell at you if you do.
Then tell me the story of the rainbow again.
Well, as long as you promise not to tell your mother. It was on the day before the flood finally receded.
Damn. After all the work we put into building.
There's nothing we could have done. We just need to find ways to improve the design.
And build a bridge stronger than that one? I'm not sure if that's possible.
The rainbow. It's so vivid. When I took a closer look, I noticed that the rainbow was coming out of the riverbank, not too far away. They say that there's treasure at the end of a rainbow. It's gone.
From that moment on, every single time it rained, that rainbow would appear. It would be in different places and in different forms. It entertained my father, but no one else could see it.
The only one who showed any reaction to it at all was me, who was only an infant. But then, one day, the rainbow seemed so far away.
Since then, it never. I drink, I'm always thirsty. When I feel the rains coming, my body gets so excited I can't control it. Before I know it, I'm outside running. And in these brief moments of sanity, I find myself longing for that rainbow. I miss it so. Where did it go? I wonder. Someday, I'm gonna go out and find it.
Eventually, my father became sick and bedridden. Even then, he'd struggle to go outside before every rainfall. In the end, he became too weak to even stand. Hey, Dad, water.
I just want to see that rainbow.
So here I am, on a quest to find that rainbow, find a way to bring it home, and show it to my father.
So, you plan on catching it with your bare hands?
I'll have to find it before I can figure that part out.
Oh, right. Ah, it's finally letting up. If I were you, I'd work on the ending of that story. It's a little weak. Take care.
Yes, I should be going too.
Hey, wait. If you're looking for that rainbow, I suggest you head that way. That wasn't just some kind of fairy tale, was it? There's a name for what your father saw. It's called a coda. I've only seen a mushi like that once before, but I never got to see where its base rooted with the ground. So I'd like to help you find it if that's all right with you. As compensation, you can buy my food. Oh, and get rid of that big jar. It was an interesting idea, but it won't be of any use to us. Come on, let's get going. All right. First of all, the only way you can see a normal rainbow is when your back is facing the sun. A coda will appear with no regard to the sun's position. Second, the order of the colors is reversed. If you don't get used to seeing these differences, you'll be chasing rainbows forever.
Ginkgo, that is your name, isn't it? Reason to be out traveling in the first place. So why would you stop to help a stranger?
Like I said before, I want to see it as well. Besides, I didn't really have any special destination I was heading to. Even so, I can't search for the coda forever. I'll keep looking until next autumn. If we don't find it by then, I'll quit. Sound good? It seems to behave like a rainbow, and that it often appears after it rains. We'll move by reading the weather.
I've had a lot of experience doing just that. There won't be any rain around here for quite some time. Look, that mountain has a cloud over it. It should be raining there by sometime tomorrow. I'm serious. It's not like I've been walking around aimlessly, you know. Over there!
Nope. That's just a regular rainbow. And that's not it either. I should have known. Find it. How long has it been since you started this journey?
It's been 5 years.
Wow. 5 years, huh? So then, that story about your father being sick is a lie, isn't it? No one would travel around for 5 years with sick family at home.
Wanting to show it to my father isn't a lie. But that's not the reason I started this quest. Did I ever tell you my name?
No.
It's Cordo. It means Rainbow Man. It carries my father's will to forever search for the rainbow. Because of that name, I was the laughingstock of my village. In a western province, there's a famous river that often overflows. My family has put a bridge over that river for generations. No matter how many times it was built, the bridge would wash away with every flood. Everyone hoped that my father would solve this problem. My brother had a talent for designing the bridge. Every time it was destroyed, he'd think of a better way to build it. I, on the other hand, didn't have an ounce of his talent. After tearing a tendon, I lost most of the mobility. I was worse than second rate. Before I knew it, the only place for me in the whole village was at my father's side. I couldn't stand living like that. I decided to run away.
Would you mind explaining something to me? Why are you still searching for the rainbow?
Each time I see one, I can't keep myself from chasing after it.
Don't fade! Don't fade away!
Maybe I wanted to confirm what my father had told me. Maybe I wanted to show all the people that laughed at us that this was the reason. Even after I ran away from the village, I was still nothing but a joke. I had nothing, no purpose. No one should live just for the sake of living.
A purpose, huh?
When we met, you said you had no special destination. Well, I suppose you have your reasons. But roaming around is not an easy life. You can't just go on traveling about without a purpose.
Sometimes I just want to take a break, you know? So when I get like that, I set a goal like this one. And that in turn creates a little leisure time. Living have no leisure time.
I'm taking this search seriously, and for you it's just leisure time?
I'm taking this seriously too.
It's an issue of attitude.
What's that mean? To live, it's important to get some rest and relaxation. Besides, it's a better reason than yours for doing this. You're only searching for the rainbow to ease the guilt you've been carrying around. Such a waste. You should have just let all that go, settled down somewhere, and forgotten about the past.
You're probably right. But I just couldn't. That's why I'm here. Who knows? Maybe it's time to put an end to all this. I think I'll stick with your plan and give up the search by fall.
Hey! Koro! Wait up! Ah, you have a good eye, sir. Those are mermaid's nails. When crushed and consumed as tea, it makes a love potion. I'll give you a good deal.
That's not exactly what I was looking for. Got something that can make it rain?
Sorry, there's no such thing.
If this drought continues, the fields and crops will dry up.
Hey, keep a close eye on the sky. It's gotta rain sometime, doesn't it?
My throat's dry. I can't even sweat anymore.
The rain is coming. The rain is coming. It's coming. It's coming. A rainbow will appear.
Ginkgo! Look, there! It's a rainbow. And the sun.
Hey, the love potion.
Sorry, the shop's closed now. Hey, don't run like that! You'll never last!
Damn it! Where did it go?
We're close. It's gotta be here somewhere. It looks like this area. I don't think it could have gone too far. Let's wait here for the day.
this for my father, too.
Koro, now that you've grown up, I'm sure that you've slowly grown to detest the name that I gave you. I'm sorry, son. I just wanted to name you after something precious to me. The most beautiful thing I ever saw. Please, forgive me. Even your friends tease you because of your name, don't they? Here, I came up with a new one. A name. A much better name. Use it starting tomorrow. No, Father. I don't want it. Don't say such things. I'll never give up. I'll keep trying until I'm the best bridge builder there is. Even better than you. You'll see. Hey, Kodo, wake up. It's raining. There. Come on, hurry! Incredible. I just wanted to name you after something precious to me. The most beautiful thing I ever saw. Beautiful.
What my father told me was true. This is something I simply must take home.
That was stupid. Are you alright?
Yeah.
I wasn't sure until I saw it up close, but I felt a shock when I touched it. This is one of the Nagaramono.
Nagaramono?
It's a being that possesses life, but looks like a form of natural phenomena. Other than the fact that it's alive, it's identical to the rainbows made by the rain and sun. This one was most likely created by the light and rain, infused with Koki,
Koki.
the basis of Mushi life. Nagaramono are similar to floods and typhoons. They happen for a reason, but they have no purpose. They exist only to travel and flow. They have an effect on others, but nothing can affect them. If you touch this
For a moment, I felt like I was inside of it. I wonder if my father was drawn in by that same rise and flow. It didn't feel like my opponent, but it feels like part of me is gone. But it's good. Refreshing even.
So what are you going to do now?
Who knows? I'll have to think about it. And you? I think I know. You're just going to flow again, aren't you? Just like that rainbow.
After that, I'm not sure what happened to that man. But I did hear that in a province to the west, an indestructible bridge had been built across a raging river. Whenever it would start to overflow, he'd remove the binding pieces, allowing the water to flow between. When the waters receded, he'd put them back. The Nagarabashi, as the bridge was called, was built from the ideas of one man.
Strange things wash up onto this shoreline. Fruits and nuts from distant southern lands. Giant fish from the deepest depths of the sea. And sometimes, people. Boats have been known to wash ashore with no passengers.
Let's go somewhere else. Yeah, let's go.
Excuse me. I've heard that there's a ferry that takes you from here to the other side of the bay. Is that true?
At this hour, I think all the boats are out fishing.
I see. And I guess I'll just have to wait here until the afternoon. So tell me, what are you doing out here?
Same as you. Just waiting. You see, I was separated from my wife in a strange set of circumstances just off these shores. But you probably don't want to hear about any of that.
Actually, I would.
Is that so? All right then. It was 2.5 years ago.
I never expected your hometown to be so rural. Come on, let's go back, okay?
Shut up already. Where exactly do you plan on going back to?
I can talk everything over with my father. He shouldn't have fired you for making one little mistake like that.
Don't bother.
But why not?
The store was headed downhill from the moment it opened. They were just looking for a good excuse to get rid of me.
But why did it have to be you? He told me that you were going to inherit the store.
When we got engaged, a lot of the other employees became intensely jealous. They probably made up awful lies about me to tell your father. I'm sure they never expected you to follow me out here to the middle of nowhere. Honestly, I didn't expect you to either.
What do you mean? Tell me.
Well, you're not the eldest daughter. I'm sure you had more than just love on your mind. If you want to go back, go ahead. This place isn't for you.
Excuse me, miss. Are you coming too?
Michi. I'll apologize when we get there. Sea snakes? Hey, where did this fog come from?
Don't let it bother you. We can still see the shore. It'll be all right.
Hey, wait! Where are you going? You're headed out to sea!
I know! Something's wrong. The rudder's not working.
Abandon the boat! Swim this way! Michi! You too! Hurry!
No. There are snakes everywhere.
Snakes? Where?
Never mind them! Swim this way! Come on, hurry!
Which way is that? Shido! Where are you?
Michi! Michi! Go after her! Now! But the boat flipped and went under. Up on the shore of this found. Because of the current in these waters, things lost at sea tend to wash ashore here. If my wife's boat had capsized, at least some part of it should have found its way to the shore by now. There's been nothing. No trace. And if she floated out to sea, she'd be long since dead. So now, with no proof either way, I remain here.
Sea snakes. Nothing, huh? Yet you've been waiting here for 2.5 years. Pretty foolish if you ask me. Whether you find any real evidence or not, it's more than likely that she died at sea. And even if she did somehow survive, she'd have a new life now. If I were you, I'd be thinking more about my own life. Then again, maybe it's none of my business. Take care of yourself. And snakes. It all sounds so familiar.
Here you go. Same as always.
Thank you. I appreciate your business.
Excuse me, those fish, are you planning to sell them in the city?
Yeah, what's it to you?
That's all you're going to pay her? Sir, you're taking advantage of this poor girl. In the city, those are sold for considerably more. You there, it's okay to ask for twice that amount.
And what makes you think you know so much?
I worked as a wholesaler for quite some time. It's because of cheap middlemen like yourself that the fishermen around here are so poor. Including the city's fees, this is about what the price should be.
At that price, I'll just go to the next village.
Then how about this much?
But it's
I
so...
can't let it go for any less. From now on, you can always ask for that much.
I can? This much? Really? Thanks, I will.
And tell the others to do the same.
You were just some strange man before today.
You were right. I got a really good price for all of my fish. Thanks for everything.
And here, it's not much, but we want you to have it. Say, I have an idea. Why don't you leave the inn and move into our cottage? Stay and make this village your home.
That's a great idea. What do you say?
Come on, you're more than welcome.
Hey! There's a shark! It's right beside you! What? Where? I don't see anything. Hey, Shido! Don't scare us like that, okay?
Yesterday wasn't spring tide, was it? No. Strange. The water's so hot.
He's not here. Excuse me. There was a man here before. He'd sit on the beach and wait for his wife to come back. Is he still around?
Yes, but now he lives here. He's part of our village. Please, sir, I don't know who you are, but just leave him alone, okay?
Hey, what's wrong?
It's nothing.
Come on, that can't be true.
I'm scared, but I don't know why. You've been saying some very strange things lately, and the tide keeps rising and rising. All sorts of bizarre things keep happening. You stare out into the sea so long sometimes that it feels like you'll be washed out there
there with the tide.
What are you talking about? I'm not going anywhere.
Been this high in quite some time. It was about 3 years ago, I think. Remember that?
Yeah. And there was a fog on the water, just like this one. I think we all need to hold off on the fishing until this passes. They say that the people that go out to sea in this fog are never heard from again. And after about 3 years, their boats return with no one on board. The boats return, but they're empty. No waves. Even if the boat did come back, it would never make it to shore.
So it does bother you, doesn't it? That story you told me was very intriguing. So after I left, I researched it. From that research, I've learned that the boat should return with the fog. So I came back to see if it was true. That mass of snakes you saw, no one else could see them besides you and your wife, right?
Yes, that's right.
I thought so. Those... You've heard of Umisen Yamasen, right? It's the idea that if a snake lives 1,000 years in the sea, and then 1,000 years in the mountains, it will become a dragon. This story is connected with what you saw. Of course, there's no way to tell how long they've actually lived. They are divided into 2 groups. The ones that mass together in the open sea, creating a fog-like haze. And the ones that live quietly, deep in the mountains. At a glance, they both resemble a snake. When the time comes, the mushi from the mountains descend down to the sea, and the mushi from the water move closer to land. They meet just offshore. 1,000 days later, they return to their deep-sea home to become one single mushi.
So you're saying that those same things I saw before when I lost my wife have returned? I'm going out there.
Wait.
It's all right. I'll be fine. I know you can't see into this fog, but oddly enough, you can see out of it clear as day.
Your wife, she couldn't see. Have you ever wondered why she was the one the fog claimed? While you made it back. Only those who want to return to land can see the she didn't. The last time I saw you, it seemed like you might lose your desire to go on living. If your wife's belongings washed up on the shore.
Maybe then, but not now.
So it would seem. Well, now that you fully comprehend what we're dealing with, I won't stop you if you want to join me. I'm going out there to satisfy my curiosity. If so, be prepared for the worst.
Right.
Looks like you were right. It's almost uncanny how clearly you can see the shore from inside this fog. You can still see it, right?
I can see it. They're here.
There's so many of them.
There it is. The boat she was on.
It looks like a body's still in it.
I'll be all right. Pull up alongside. all right? What's going on?
Shido, I've given up on you. Tell me, what took you so long? It feels like I've been out here for days. For 3 days at least.
3 days? I don't understand. What's going on? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I said some horrible things to you.
Yes, it hurt. You were being so cruel. But it's all right. Now you've come to rescue me. I'm sorry I complained so much. Really, I didn't mean to anger you. I want to see your home. Will you take me?
Of course I will. Come on. Let's go. Get on board.
Wait. The shore. Tell me, can you...
It's as clear as day. Look, it's this way.
It's time to go. The place where we came from is there. That is no longer human. The Mushi are transforming. It's not safe here. Step away from that thing right now.
Shido.
Hey! Any sign of him?
No, none.
It might be too late.
Hey! The giant wave's coming! Hang on!
It looks like the fog's beginning to clear up.
Sure, the villagers had long since lost all hope for our survival. It felt like we had been out to sea for only 2 or 3 hours.
Shido, you're alive!
But on the shore, over a month had passed. Inside the fog, we were most likely on the Mushi's frame of time. That's the one consolation. She only had to endure 3 days of loneliness.
Yeah. I'm sure you're right.
The next day, his wife's boat and all of her belongings washed up on the shore.
These clothes are so beautiful.
Is this okay with you?
Yeah. It's okay. The owner isn't coming back.
Shido! Look!
It's very pretty.
Seeds that take root in the decaying bodies of our ancestors. Let their green leaves grow and flourish and bear heavy, heavy seed.
Excuse me. Could you possibly sell me something to eat?
Look around. There's nothing to spare. Because of the cold weather, I'm working just to save what little I have.
You should try the village past the next mountain. They're the only ones that had a bountiful crop this year.
Hey, what kind of advice is that? He is right, but I wouldn't go near there if I were you. The rice there isn't normal. Every time there's a natural disaster, their harvest is plentiful. They say it's the curse of their ancestors.
departing harvest, I think you're right.
Another one of us is going to be taken by our ancestors.
I wonder who it will be this year.
The ancestors always choose from the weakest among us.
Who are you, and what do you want?
Well, I was hoping that you could sell me something to eat.
We don't give our food to strangers. It's not every year that we have a good crop. So when we do, everything that we harvest is stored away.
Huh. So this year's crop is a little better than usual, I take it?
Yeah, it is. My village always honors and celebrates our ancestors. That's why they've continued to watch over us and protect us from harm.
And in exchange, they take the life of someone in the village, right? That seems a bit harsh, even for the ancestors' doing.
We don't have a choice.
Well, I think you do. Would you mind telling me about it?
Every time this village suffers a natural disaster, its crops flourish. I've heard this has been happening for many, many years. In the fall of these years, someone in the village always grows a mizuwa, an out-of-place tooth symbolizing happiness and blessings. At the end of the season, the tooth falls out, always dies. It's said that the life is an offering to the ancestors for the miracle crop. The story has been passed down for generations. Still, everyone here is grateful. If these miracles were to cease, the people of this village wouldn't be able to continue their way of life in this barren land.
So, do the people that are chosen have anything in common?
It's been said that the weak ones go first.
Are the bodies buried?
Yes.
What about the tooth that falls out?
The tooth? It's kept in the temple by the head priest.
Head priest?
He's the one that takes care of all the village's festivities. After he's gone, I'm to become his successor, so I've been learning from him. Apparently, soon after the tooth falls out, it's only visible to the head priest. That's why he's the one that keeps it.
Why were you chosen to be his successor?
It's because of what we share in common. I too can sometimes see things that others cannot.
I'd like to meet this head priest.
Saishu! Maybe he's...
Journals about agriculture.
It's rare to receive visitors here. Just who are you, anyway?
I'm Ginkgo, a Mushi master. I'm looking for something called the Nazaru seed.
Is that so? Sane, don't you have some field work to do? Come back when you're done. We need to be ready. It's going to be quite a harvest this year. Come now. Are you still worried about your mother? Hey, it'll be all right. Don't worry. She's going to be fine. Here, have her eat this. I was told that a Mushi master passed through here during the time of my predecessor. But you've wasted your time. There's no such seed around here.
So, this harvest is achieved through the grace of your ancestors?
The grace of our ancestors? Well, that is part of it. Because of our faith in them. But that's not the only reason. Over the years, we've experimented with our crops and developed better ways to grow them. From time to time, we end up with a crop like this one. We harvest more every year.
Tell me, what do you know about the Mizuwa?
An adult getting a new tooth isn't entirely unheard of. It has nothing to do with the harvest. Now, if you'll excuse me.
I have one more thing to ask you.
What is it?
Do you know anything about the Nazaru seed?
Yes, my ancestors spoke of it.
Supposedly, a Mushi master sealed the Komyaku inside of it. The Mushi light pulse.
Right. You can probably see that light pulse, can't you? Since you can also see the Mushi. The weaker the Mushi are, the brighter their light pulse becomes. This is because when weakened, they're closer to their source, the Koki, which the light pulse flows through. The Koki is basically life itself. If you can control it, it can be used for many things, including resurrection and eternal life. Of course, such things are the most prohibited transgressions a Mushi Master can commit. The Nazaru seed is one of them. When planted, it brings a full year's harvest to the area around it. As payment, it takes one life from those who benefited from it. That is what we know of it.
Tell me, what exactly would you plan to do with this seed if you found it? Would you make use of it, or destroy it?
That's what I was about to ask you. What would you do with the seed? A seed that has the power to save thousands of lives at the cost of only one.
I'd probably use it. I think that if such a seed really did exist, it would be a sin to let so many suffer.
But if you planted the seed knowing full well that it was going to take a life, then it's the same as murder. No matter how many lives are saved by using it, someone becomes a sacrifice, regardless of his or her own will.
If that is the cost of the crime, then anyone would soil their hands, even if you were just trading 2 lives for 1.
Yeah, I understand how someone would choose to use it, looking at it in the terms of 1 year. But if you used it one time, you would surely use it again. And that seed is alive. The more you use it, the more it would destroy the balance of everything around it.
So if it were you, you wouldn't use it, knowing you could save so many lives.
I don't know. I've never lived in a village before. But I think I'd just leave the land.
In this ground, beneath our feet, lie the sweat and blood of my ancestors. They pioneered this land and made it what it is today. It's our greatest achievement.
But wouldn't you be tainting this precious land by planting something in it that's so unnatural?
You have quite an imagination. What am I saying? This is all supposition. If there was such a seed in my possession, and I had to make that choice, I would have to think about it some more. There will always be leftover seed in one's hands. There's too much of it for any one to bear alone. Just like the heavy seed that burdens an overgrowing stem, it will overflow and pour out over the hands and fall upon the soil. Unaware of the pain and suffering it will cause the people in its actions.
Finished talking already?
We have, for the most part.
So then, what happens now? Are you going to save us?
I am. But first, I'll need the consent of the entire village. They need to know what's behind the parting harvest. Could you gather everyone somewhere?
Yeah, sure. But what are you planning to...
So, are you going to burn the fields? You think you can stop this by destroying the crops before someone grows the Mizawa tooth?
Yeah, that's right. So you're finally admitting the truth.
You're wrong, Mushi Master. Destroying the crops won't do anything. You'll only bring this village to starvation.
All they'll have to do is move away for 1 year. They'll need to split up, dissipate, and live in different places during that time. If they can do that, they should survive. By the spring, the ashes will have fertilized the ground.
How many do you think would actually return once they leave this place? No one here knows what a true abundant harvest is. That's how they're able to keep trying and to have hope. Just leave us alone. Get out of here. I won't allow you to tell them such...
Saishu!
Does he have some kind of illness or condition?
I can't say for sure. but I know he hasn't been feeling well lately, and I've seen him taking medicine.
Medicine?
Yeah, he keeps hitting this.
I'm not sure why you've been poisoning yourself with this, but it's irresponsible, considering what you'd be leaving behind for the people here.
Tell me, Mushi Master, since you want to burn the fields, I'm guessing you didn't come here to collect and use the seed, did you? Please help me. I've been trying to become the weakest among us, so that the seed's final victim will be me. It's been said that the one who brought the seed here was of my own lineage, a former head priest. Since then, every time a natural disaster occurred, the seed was used. The mission has only been known by the head priests. 20 years ago, when I became the head priest, another devastating natural disaster occurred. I felt I had no choice but to use it. I'm going out for a bit.
All right, be careful, okay?
This is the right thing to do. I was only thinking of what was best for the entire village. I know it is. It has to be. I was unaware that my wife was hiding her illness from me. When autumn came, she was the one who grew the Misawa tooth.
Please, dear, have some rice. I beg of you. I don't want you to die, too.
What are you doing?
Please, eat this. If I know that you're taking my life within your body, then I can die without knowing any fear.
By knowing what this rice really was, and where it came from, my body greedily accepted it. I had fully intended to throw away the seed that fell from my wife's mouth, but then considered the next natural disaster that was sure to come. Eventually, I thought of a way I could use the seed one last time without having to sacrifice someone's life. This year, that time came. I intend to have Sane destroy the seed once it has fallen from my mouth. It's been said that if you bury it in the veins of the Koimyaku, it loses its shape and is taken in. I have no intention of telling him what it is the seed actually does.
Are you okay with that? You, more than anyone, want to live here and watch over the land of your ancestors.
I can see it already. As long as we keep trying and don't give up, slowly but surely, a day will come when we can live off this land without suffering. I don't know how many generations it will take, but that matters not. Either way, I won't be around to see it.
All right, I understand. Do as you wish. But there's one more thing I'd like to ask you.
I think my mother's going to be okay. She's been eating a little more and her strength is coming back.
Really? That's wonderful. I told you she'd be all right.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Sane. I need to talk to you.
It's important, so listen carefully.
Sane, the ritual Shinto prayer is different from the one...
Have you heard if anyone's grown the Mizuwa tooth yet? No, I've heard nothing. Maybe this year's crop wasn't a parting harvest after all. What do you think?
Who knows? It could just be due to all of our hard work. Hey.
The festival? It seems to be going fine. Everyone is having a good time. Don't worry. I'll do exactly what you said to. Saishu. Why? Wait.
Don't tell anyone what I'm about to do here, you understand me? But there's one more thing I'd like to ask you. I told you that the Komyaku is like life itself, but it alone cannot revive a life. The one thing that can do something like that is that seed. Now, it's a risk, but if that seed is consumed, it should be able to revive living beings too. But because of the differences between you and a plant, the light pulse will probably continue to live within you. If that happens, you will no longer be human. You will become an immortal being. Is that something you can handle?
Isn't doing such a thing forbidden by your kind? But since you're asking, do you think you could do it?
If you keep quiet about it, no one will know. I'm not certain it would work, and even if it did, I'm not sure if it would be what's best for you. But if you're willing to try, I opened those old wounds of yours to find out what kind of person you really are. I don't mind soiling my hands. Give it some...
I don't think I'll need to. I already know my answer. I want to watch over this land, the land of my forefathers, and see it develop and grow. I need to know, with all that has happened, if I did the right thing.
Thereafter, in that village, the story of that year's harvest was passed down from generation to generation. As was another tale. A new legend had been born. In the year of the last parting harvest, the rice was responsible for bringing a dead man back to life and making him immortal. The ageless man would wander around the country, returning to the village from time to time to teach and cultivate the land.
Right. No clouds on my side. Feels like everything's right. Sunny days all around. Laughter in the air. Clear blue everywhere. All my worries just tear apart like a paper crown. All the days not stormy. Everything is so warm, yeah, yeah. Feel the
father's out examining my grandma right now. See? I told you there was a lot of neat stuff in here.
Whoa, creepy.
Hey, what's this?
Wow, what a pretty inkstone.
Doctor, please! Come quick! Doctor, it's my daughter! Doctor, please! Wake up!
Just after sunset, she started complaining about how cold she was. The boys that live nearby whom she was playing with have the same symptoms.
What is this? Her body temperature is extremely low.
Mommy, I'm cold. So cold. Could you get me another blanket?
Be right back.
Even her breath is cold.
I'm freezing.
Ice?
Doctor, I'm so sorry. We went into your storage shed tonight.
You didn't touch anything in there, did you?
Yeah, sorry. An inkstone.
An inkstone?
Hello?
Thanks so much for coming. It was careless of me. I've tried not to let the villagers see anything inside my storage shed.
How are they?
They're getting weaker. I've been having them drink hot water to keep warm, but this is it. I bought it from a friend of mine, a collector. It's really quite beautiful, but I think that it might be made from some type of Mushi fossil.
Mushi fossil? I'm not sure if there even is such a thing. They usually don't leave behind any remains. Next time, if you don't know enough about something strange, then don't buy it. You're just asking for trouble. Keep in mind that the things you collect are considered paranormal.
It was foolish. Sorry.
This isn't a fossil. The Mushi seem to still be alive. So, what did those kids say they were doing?
What did you do with the inkstone?
We rubbed an ink stick on it.
Find.
What is it? It looks like an ordinary inkstone.
No way. I bet it's some kind of magic inkstone.
There was some water back over there.
Get it and find an ink stick.
Maybe we shouldn't. The doctor will get mad.
Come on, we'll just do a little bit.
Huh? Did something cold just come out of it?
Yeah, I felt it in my nose when I was breathing.
When rubbed, the Mushi reproduced, entered the children's bodies, and is now freezing them from the inside. But that's not enough to determine which Mushi we're dealing with.
Is that so?
Doesn't the previous owner know anything?
Not any more than what I've already told you. And from what I understand, all of the other previous owners died after using it.
So the only one left who might know something is the one who made it.
There's an inscription on it. I'm sure it will help you find the maker.
I'll check it out. And I'll need to borrow this.
Thank you.
Yeah. I must be getting close. It should be around here somewhere.
She lives over there, but she doesn't make inkstones anymore.
Why is that?
I'm not sure. She just stopped one day. I hear she was quite skilled. She lives alone. No family. Who are you? What do you want?
Are you the one that made this?
Yes, that's my inscription. What's this about? Is something wrong?
Yes, there are children suffering because of this inkstone. I need you to tell me everything you know about it.
I've been looking for this inkstone for a very long time. From what I know, there have been 3 people who have used that inkstone. I've heard all 3 died less than a month after using it. It all started soon after my father, a well-known inkstone maker, fell ill. I had a fiancé. He lived in a town 1 mountain's crossing away and was one of my father's customers. Both he and his parents were opposed to me carrying on my father's work.
Tagane, are you sure about this?
You of all people should know. My father and I are the only ones who can carve these. I don't want to give it up.
But you can't handle all this on your own. And when the orders take too long to complete, business will decline.
Listen. Soon I'll make an inkstone that rivals my father's work. Please, have faith in me.
I'll come again.
That became my plan. I knew if I could make something like that, put everything I had into the art of making inkstones. But even so, I never made anything I was satisfied with. Then, one day, I discovered that rock. It was enchanting. I began working on it with a passion. And the inkstone I created from it was a brilliant masterpiece.
It's beautiful work. Let's rub an ink stick on it and test it out.
What was that?
What's wrong?
Was that smoke? Something came out of the inkstone. Look, it's right there.
I see nothing. The ink's texture is good as well. I can rest assured now that you can continue my work.
Several days passed after I inhaled that smoke. It didn't seem to have any effect on me. I was the only one that saw it. I hoped my fiancé would reconsider once he saw the inkstone.
All right, then. Would you mind if I borrowed this? I'll need it if I'm going to try and convince my parents.
Do you mean it?
Yes. Once I have their approval on this, I'll send you a letter.
I received a letter a month later, but the letter was to inform me that he had died. On the day I delivered the stone, he began complaining of chills. It seems he contracted some sort of strange disease that continuously lowered his body temperature. Believing that the inkstone was cursed, his family decided to sell it to an antique store. I went to the store, but it had already been sold. The owner had no record of the buyer, so I lost track of its whereabouts.
But a rumor later came to the store from one of its antique dealers. Not long after that, my father died. I haven't made another inkstone since that day. I'd like to help you, but I've already told you everything I know about it.
Actually, you have helped. I think I know what it is now. Thank you.
Hey, where are you going?
Sorry, but I'm in a hurry.
Wait! I beg of you, let me buy that stone. That way, I can destroy it myself.
I'm sorry, but it's not mine to sell. But if you like, you can come with me. You're just asking for trouble. The things that you collect are paranormal.
I know.
I see. So you finally started to learn your lesson.
You're back. If you're going to give me a hard time, I hope you at least found out...
Don't worry.
So coal, a portable stove, and what else?
A pot. And do you have a backpack?
Yeah.
The mushi inside the inkstone is called a kumohami, or cloud eater. They look like a nimbus cloud, and just like their name implies, they eat the moisture and ice in the atmosphere and turn it into snow and hail. It's the reason you see hail fall from time to time when there isn't a cloud in the sky. But they can't move on their own. They rely on the wind to carry them. If enough time passes where the sky is cloudless, they freeze and condense themselves and fall to the earth to hibernate. After centuries of remaining in hibernation, the mushi turns into stone. In this case, they were fortunate to be discovered and used as an inkstone. Each time they're given water and have their surface rubbed, they reproduce.
So what do you suggest we do?
Tagane, when you delivered the stone to your fiancé, you crossed a mountain, didn't you? That must be the reason you survived after inhaling the smoke. We need to take these children to the closest and highest mountains.
It's worse. Give her some hot water.
Right. Oh no, the water's gone cold. I'll run ahead and boil some for you. Thank you so much. Doctor, do we have to climb much further? It's becoming difficult to breathe, and it's so hard on the children.
Ginkgo, please.
Just a little higher. Listen, everyone, hold your breath.
Sweetheart, are you all right?
I think so. I'm not cold now.
Temperature's back to normal. It's over.
Mother, I don't feel cold anymore.
Hey, you had me worried there.
But how? How did you know?
It was the air pressure. These mushi live in the stratosphere, where the clouds are. With that being the case, it stands to reason that their weight is similar to their habitat. The closer they are to it, the more they're drawn to it. Your village sits at a higher altitude, so the smoke you inhaled most likely escaped little by little. And when you crossed the mountain to deliver the Inkstone, it probably escaped completely.
Thank goodness. The problem still lies in the fact that you collect these dangerous things as a hobby. I'll be responsible for destroying it.
I told you, we know how to deal with it now, so it shouldn't be a problem anymore.
Oh, really? I guess the same thing goes for the rest of your collection?
That's none of your business. Hey, Ginkgo, explain it to her, okay? If she destroys that Inkstone, then she'll be killing the Mushi inside of it.
Yeah, he's right about that.
It's not the Mushi's fault. They're innocent. Besides, look at it. That Inkstone is far too beautiful to destroy. And seeing as how you made it, don't you have the least bit of attachment to it?
I do, but...
But you feel responsible for unleashing the dormant Mushi out into our world, don't you? There is another option. Why not release the Mushi from the stone?
Hey, that's my Inkstone you're talking about.
One go. This whole situation is partly your fault. Besides, it's really a first-class Inkstone. It'd be a shame not to use it.
What's this?
It's Hal!
Coming from?
The repair costs to all of the roofs of this village are going to be huge.
Then you can bill me, I'll pay it. Even if it takes me a lifetime.
What will you do? That's a lot of money.
She can go back to making Inkstones. With work like hers, I'm sure she'll be able to pay it off in no time.
Well, maybe.
If you do, then I'd like to order one from you. And I don't mind if it has a Mushi inside.
Come on. You're not just going to give up on it, are you? After all this.
No, you're right. But the first one might take me a little longer than it used to.
How long do you think it'll keep hailing like this?
It's hard to say. The Mushi hasn't had a meal in a long, long time. That's odd. There's a hole in the mountain.
Ah, I see now why the locals consider this mountain sacred. What an incredible view. Miss, some noodles, please.
Yes, sir. 2 orders. Coming up.
And a bottle of sake.
Mind if I set this here, young man? Suit yourself.
Someone has to go. What's the use? We've tried that already. You know what happened.
It would seem unwise, at this time of year especially. Mujika himself warned us of the dangers, did he not?
Yes. All the more reason to worry about his safety.
So what's the problem? Is there some sort of trouble on the mountain?
And you are?
A Mushi master. I noticed something odd about the mountain earlier. I thought perhaps you might be in need of my services.
This could be a sign.
What's going on here?
Chief. Very well. Sir, if you are indeed a Mushi master, we would like you to locate someone. Another Mushi master named Mujika who lives on the mountain. There is a god who dwells in the mountain who has protected our people for generations. Mujika is the only person able to interpret the god's wishes. He shares this knowledge with us, often returning to our village with instructions, which we have always followed to our great benefit. One of his instructions strictly forbids us from traveling deep into the mountain during harvest season. However, when Mujika ceased to appear on his regular visits, we felt it necessary to violate this taboo. Fearing for his safety, a group of men set out in an effort to find him. Unfortunately, this effort was in vain. The men returned from the mountain suffering from a mysterious illness, a consuming fever, from which, sadly, they did not recover.
There's a strange energy here. The air is thick with it. Sweet, bitter, a scent that sticks to your skin. This place is a light pulse vein. The river of light flows strong through these woods. On top of that, it's harvest season. The life force here isn't prepared. I can see how they might easily be overwhelmed by it. Since this is a light pulse vein, there should be a god in control here. But if all is not well with the god, that could explain any unusual phenomenon. If I can find this other Mushi master, he should have some answers. He must be a boy from the village. Hey! What are you doing here?
I have to find Mujika. I'm his apprentice.
So he has an apprentice, does he? Here, bite into this. That pill should help to clear your head. It's a little bitter, though.
Now you tell me.
Right. You sit here and rest a while. I'll see if I can't find your teacher for you.
Wait, but how?
A Mugara bond. Mushi are, in a sense, the nerves of the mountain. If I bond my consciousness with theirs, I can feel out Mujika's presence. Here they come. I don't see him. He's not here. Turn around. The other side of the mountain. There. He's looking this way. He severed the Mugara bond.
Are you okay, mister?
Interesting. Come on. He's this way.
Really?
A bell. Must be time for evening prayers.
I don't remember ever hearing a bell in that direction.
He should be somewhere around here.
Huh? Look!
Hey! Down here!
So what then? I mean, after you fell and hurt your leg.
I managed to sustain myself on the shrubs and vines nearby. Fortunately, my bottle was full when I set out. The villagers must be anxious to know the mountain god's thoughts. It would seem my carelessness has caused them undue worry, especially seeing as they sent a fellow Mushi master to my rescue.
I'm Ginkgo.
I'm Mujika, and I'm in your debt, though a bit embarrassed. This mountain is my home. In my youth, I could have made my way from base to summit blindfolded, but now to have fallen from such a familiar path, I fear my age is catching up to me. It saddens me to say, but perhaps the time has come to relinquish my duties.
By which you mean God duties. The only one who could have broken my bond with the Muguramushi is either the true god of the mountain or a person with the powers of a god. My guess is the unusual happenings on the mountain recently are due to the fact that your injury has prevented you from fully utilizing those powers.
Correct. Though, thanks to you, I should be able to resume my duties as of tomorrow. The mountain will soon return to normal.
Still, for a human to assume the role of a god, how did this come about?
I'm sure you've realized by now, this is no ordinary mountain. It is, of course, a Mushi light pulse vein. There was once a rightful god here suppressing the mountain's energy. Unfortunately, there was a terrible accident. A villager killed the god by mistake. Soon after, the waters of the river began to smell of rice wine, and the vegetation began to overripen and rot. I too was a traveling Mushi master in those days, my wanderings frequently leading me through these parts. When I learned of the villager's misfortune, I took it upon myself to assume the role of the mountain god. My wife and I settled here. Sadly, she died soon after. The energy of this place was simply too much for her.
So, you're training this boy to be the next mountain god?
Yes, that's right.
His knowledge of the mountain was impressive for someone his age.
Yes, well, he is a child of the mountain. He's walked this terrain since he took his first steps. Did you notice the number of children in the village? The water that flows from this mountain has curious properties, one of which they can't afford to raise all of the children, so some are abandoned here on the mountainside. Of those, this boy is the only one who survived, the others falling prey to wild beasts. Sadly, his brothers and sisters who remained in the village were claimed by illness at an early age. When his parents learned that their son was still alive, they insisted on taking him home. That was a year ago.
Seems rather selfish.
Perhaps, but their feelings are understandable. And I believe in the end, it's for the best.
That bell again. This late at night?
So, tell me, do you have a place you call home? Honestly, you strike me as more the wandering type.
That's right. You see, I have a tendency to attract Mushi. I can't stay too long in any one place or it becomes infested. You can imagine, I began honing my Mushi exterminating skills out of necessity.
So, you have no choice but to follow the winds wherever they may take you.
True, but as you say, the wandering life seems to suit me.
Yes, well, as a man who will never again leave the shadow of this mountain, I must confess I'm a bit jealous. For better or for worse, this mountain will be the final resting place for my bones.
All right then. I'll go back to the village and let the others know what's going on. But be careful while I'm gone. Don't strain yourself.
I'll be fine. As for you, don't come back to the mountain until the harvest season has passed. Well, sir, I wish you well in your travels.
Thanks. Take care.
Say, I'm still your apprentice, right?
Of course. Your journey here from the village has proven to be valuable training, has it not? At this rate, you're going to be a great Mushi master one day. Hey!
Mushi Master! And Kodoma's with him! They found Mujika! He's safe!
It seems to be getting closer. And not just because of the wind. It's something else.
Ginko! I heard it again, but there are no bells like that near the village. And my parents, they say they can't hear anything. I think it might be some kind of mushi.
Let me ask you something. Mujika, has he taught you how to become the next mountain god yet?
What?
The techniques for performing the god's duties. You maintain a constant bond with the Mugara, keeping them inside your body at all times. Thus, if the Mugara are like the nerves of the mountain, you effectively become the brain. Even when you're sleeping, you're aware of every tree, every rock. And with practice, it's possible to use your control of the Mugara to control the mountain's energy as well.
No, I haven't learned that yet.
I see. Well, anyway, you're right. That bell sound is a mushi. It's harmless, though. You should go home and get some sleep.
But where are you going?
I was just stepping out for some night air. That's all. It's quiet. The whole mountain's gotten still. It must be getting really close now. Crazy old man. He's insane to call it here. Where is he? Wait, that sounded like it's coming from the summit.
You? Is something wrong? You seem troubled.
Your leg. It was never really injured, was it? You were hiding at the bottom of that cliff so you wouldn't be interrupted while you summoned a Kuchinawa.
I don't know what you mean.
The hell you don't. That bell sound that's been getting closer. That's the cry of a Kuchinawa. And you know what it wants. It's a mushi predator. And it feeds on gods, mountain gods, swamp gods. It devours them so it can take their place.
Ability to this place. Please, don't interfere. The time has come to pay my debt. The original god of this mountain was a magnificent creature. It had taken the shape of a giant boar, ancient and proud. Its death was because of me. I should have never uttered my thoughts aloud. I should
Save the
realize
details
what...
for later. We need to get you off this mountain.
It's too late. The Kuchinawa has already found me. The role of the mountain god is best filled by a creature like the Kuchinawa. It's too difficult for a human. The skills I taught Kodama are merely those he'll need to survive in this world. What are you doing?
I'm releasing the Mugara from your body.
To what end? It won't do any good. Believe me, this is the only way to set things right.
You don't know that. You still have a choice. If not for yourself, then for Kodama. You're like a father to him. He looks up to you. He needs you. You said once before that you were a little bit jealous of me. The truth is, I was jealous of you, too. And I'm not going to just stand here and let you throw your life away. Not like this!
Ginko, no!
Mujika!
You're back!
Saku!
It's good to see you.
Yes. And all of you, how are things on the mountain?
Actually, there's been some strange things happening since your last visit.
We're definitely glad that you're here.
Listen, Mujika, I was thinking, why don't you come live with us? You know, here in the village. It would sure be a great help having you around.
I'm sorry. I wish I could, but I can't.
Why can't you?
It seems I have a tendency to attract Mushi. I can't stay too long in Wested.
Are you sure? There must be some way. Saku, my younger sister, she's been waiting all this time for you to come back. The two of you could settle down together, make a home.
There is only one way that it might be possible for me to live here. If I killed the mountain god. If I killed it and ate of its flesh, I could take its place. Then I could keep the Mushi away from the mountain with my mind. I'm sorry. I want to stay. But it's simply not realistic. My poison, my map of the god's pathway, they're gone. Did I misplace them somehow? Saku, where have you been?
I was catching dinner. I brought you some fresh boar meat. If you're hungry, I'll start preparing it right away. Just wait here, all right? It's worth it. I promise. Please, just tell me you'll stay. Forever.
Before I awoke, I saw a vision, a memory that was not my own.
When I made it to the summit, I found you unconscious, but there was no sign of Mujika anywhere. I searched every place I could think to look, but I still couldn't find him. And when I went back to his cottage, it was gone too. The strangest part is, it seems like none of the villagers even remember who Mujika was.
That's because he's been replaced. When the Kuchinawa devours a god, they do so completely. As for us, because we were on the mountain at the time, our memories are still intact. Ah, you've already set out Mushi repellent. You prepared this by yourself?
Yeah.
Well done. I'm impressed.
You remember, right? I was Mujika's apprentice.
Emma, you in there? There's a tree the men can't seem to chop down. They were wondering if you might have any suggestions.
I'll take a look. I'll be right back, okay?
Sure. Take your time. It's cold.
To what end? It won't do any good. Believe me, this is the only way to set things right.
You don't know that. You still have a choice.
In the end, I guess he was right. It was a noble thing he did, though I doubt you care about his intentions. Right, Kuchinawa? Perhaps his voice rang out one final time. Then, silently, it lowered its head and tightened its coils around the mountain.
see, Mushi. There's no need to be afraid. Mushi like those are merely a nuisance. They don't really have much in... It's me you're afraid of. Drink this. It will help with your injuries. You can rest here until your leg heals, but as soon as it does, I want you out. Mom. Wait. This doesn't seem right. We must have taken the wrong road. Mom! What is it, Yoki? Seeing those scary things again? Don't worry, son. It's just your imagination playing tricks on you. It's all right. You have to be There's no need to be afraid.
My foot feels like it's starting to get better. What strange-looking fish. Solid white with green eyes. And they're all missing an eye.
It's because of the mushi living in the pond. They're most active at night and at daybreak. It's best to stay away.
So, these mushi, are they some kind of spirits?
I wouldn't say that exactly. They're mostly energy, but they're still very much alive. Just not in the same way you and I are.
And you say some have the power to influence us?
They exist on a different plane, but they're not entirely disconnected from ours. Think of them as the essence of life in its many forms.
I see. I think I understand. Slow going, but at least I can get around without a cane now.
Yoki, from what I can tell, it seems your leg is healing nicely. Do you have a family you can go home to?
No, I don't. Not now, anyway. It was just me and my mom, now that she's gone. Besides, my foot, it still hurts when I walk.
I see.
But, listen, can we talk about something else? Like, maybe you could tell me what kind of mushi live in that pond.
Well, you might say they're total darkness.
Darkness?
Yes, there are two types of darkness. The first occurs when you close your eyes, or when you're outside in a moonless night. It's the temporary darkness. Total darkness, on the other hand, is endless. During the day, the dark mushi sleep in the shadows, but at night, they come out to feed on smaller...
Hair and eyes change color. And the fish.
At dawn sometimes, the surface of the pond sparkles silver. Most likely an effect caused by the remains of ingested mushi dissolving in the water. The change results from repeated exposure to that light.
Yeah, but then, aren't you worried you'll lose your other eye if you stay here too long?
You've seen the fish. Did you notice a single one missing both eyes? No. This is the extent of the change. The sun will be setting soon. We'd best get indoors.
But wait a minute, do these mushi have a name?
The mushi which have the characteristics of darkness are called tokoyami. The mushi which causes the silver light, however, seem to be a separate mushi that lives within the tokoyami. I don't know if that mushi has a name. I call it ginkgo.
What's this one?
Inedible.
Then how about this one?
Try taking a bite of it. But don't swallow it.
Oh, it's hot!
It won't kill you, but it should help toughen your taste buds a bit.
It's awful. You broke them up.
Wait, they'll ball right back up again. It's a common occurrence when I walk through the mountains.
Do you think I could give it a try?
Just don't go making a habit of it.
I won't.
Now, it might be a bit strong at first.
Hey! Can we light the lantern?
Oh, sorry. I forget, most people can't see in the dark. I can.
Because of the ginkgo?
Probably. Still, it's a convenient ability to have. You know, Yoki, when you're walking alone through the mountains at night, you'll invariably come to places where the moonlight fails to reach the road, and the stars disappear behind the branches overhead. In the sudden darkness, it's very easy to become disoriented. But even though it's a fairly common experience, like your memories are slipping away, if you have trouble recalling your name or your past, it means the tokoyami is near. You can escape, however, if you can remember just one thing.
But what if I can't remember anything?
It doesn't matter what you're able to recall. Any name that pops into your head will do.
Even if it's not mine?
Yes, as a last resort. Though it's said that you won't be able to remember what your name was prior to that time.
No. Do you mind if I ask, why you live here?
Sure, I can tell you. There's a village just beyond these mountains. It's the place where I was born. It's small and isolated, but beautiful all the same. Unfortunately, because of my tendency to attract mushi, I'm unable to stay for too long in one place. So I became a mushi master, traveling around from village to village, exterminating mushi. Still, I returned home as often as I could to visit with friends and family, and most of all, my husband and son, who I loved more than anything. Until, one day, I returned to the news that a group of villagers, my husband, son, into the mountains and never came back. I searched for weeks, but there was no sign of them. When I came to this place, though, and realized there were tokoyami living in the pond, well, I'd learned from other mushi masters the effects of the tokoyami, as well as the techniques for avoiding them. And so it is. I continue to live here in the hopes that my friends and loved ones are still out there somewhere, wandering around.
So how long have you been out here?
I'm not sure. 6 years, perhaps?
6 years by yourself. I don't really know if your friends and family are still out there somewhere, but if they are, well then I want to try to help you find them. I do. I could stay and...
You can't!
Why not? Why won't you let me?
Because I have to do this alone. It's my burden. Don't let it consume your life as well. One more word about this, and I'll have you leave right now.
I know she's hiding something. There's a real reason why she doesn't want me to stay here. Come on, Tokoyami. Ginkgo, come out. What's happening to that fish? It's good eyes. It disappeared.
Yoki, what are you doing out here? I told you it's not good to be exposed to that light.
Listen, the reason the fish still have one eye is because they disappear when both eyes are gone. Did you know that?
The Havko turns living things into Tokoyami.
It's the same thing. If you knew, then why didn't you do something about it? You're a Mushi master. Why would you even let something that terrible exist?
You must not let your vision be clouded by fear and anger. There are times when we must simply accept that all things serve a larger purpose. The cycle of life extends beyond the world we can see and connects us all in unexpected ways. Therefore, whenever possible, a wise Mushi master chooses understanding over extermination. As for me, I've spent my time here studying the ginkgo in some detail. Unfortunately, by the time I discovered what ultimately became of the fish, I had already been exposed to too much of the ginkgo's light. I began gathering one-eyed fish from the pond and experimented with various ways to protect them from further exposure. However, once the fish started to turn white, while I was able to delay the change to a certain extent, eventually, all of them lost both eyes and became Tokoyami.
All of them? Then you mean...
For a time, I refused to accept the idea that my husband and son had been transformed into Tokoyami. I continued my search, clinging to the hope that they had somehow avoided it. I suddenly came to the realization. My whole world, everything I had ever cared about, it was all right here. There's nothing more for me. But you, Yoki, if you understand what I'm saying, you'll leave this place while you can.
No, I'm not just gonna let you give up like this. Please, come with me.
Don't be absurd. I'm beyond help now. It's a fact I thought I'd come to terms with long ago, but your being here, it only makes things difficult. Please, just go. And don't worry. I think life on the road will suit you well. Believe me, you're better off not having a place you call home.
I won't! This is my home. I've lived here longer than anywhere else.
Yoki, this place is where the Tokoyami lives. It's where I live. It's not a place for you. done.
Nui, is that you?
Go back.
But you're...
It's too late for me now. The Ginkgo will awaken soon. Get as far away as you can. Come now. Hurry.
It's strange. Your hand. There's no warmth, but it's not cold either.
I know. But your hand is still warm. Yes. But when you look at me, even now, I can feel it. Warm, like sunshine. After so many years alone on that cold, dark pond, it's good to know that feeling again. Now, listen, Yuki. From here on, keep one eye closed. You will have to sacrifice one eye to the Ginkgo in order to escape the Tokoyami. But no matter what happens, keep your other eye closed tightly. You'll need it if you're to see the sunlight again. The Ginkgo. Do as I say.
Nui! So, that's the Ginkgo. An eyeless fish that swims in the endless darkness.
You must not let your vision be clouded by fear and anger. There are times when we must simply accept that all things serve a larger purpose.
There's the moon again. What night is this? I can't remember for some reason. My name. If this happened, what was I supposed to do? The next morning. My right eye saw the sun again, for what felt like the first time.
Who are you? You're not from around here. Huh? Hey! Hey, I'm back. Looks like you're finally back on your feet, huh?
Mm-hmm.
So, were you able to remember anything besides your name?
Not yet.
Well, you can stay here as long as you need to. If you're up to it, I'll take you to meet the village elder tomorrow.
The only thing is, left eye used to be still dark, like a bottomless pit, and it seems to attract these strange creatures. It's a sign, maybe, that bad luck is going to follow me wherever I go. That's the feeling I get, anyway.
Ginkgo, dinner's ready. Ginkgo? Ginkgo!
It's just a little further, Hana. We're almost there.
May be old, but it has a lot of character. And it's the only way over. Guess I'll have to cross it. Oh, this thing's about to collapse. That was close. I assume you live around here?
That's right.
This bridge won't hold much longer, and I'm going to need it to get back across.
I see. Yeah, you're right. We'll have to get it fixed. How long are you here?
Well, to be honest, I don't know for sure. I'm trying to find the woman who sent this letter. Do you know her?
Yeah.
Thank you so much for coming. Please, come in, have a seat. This is my daughter, Hana. 3 years ago, she fell from the bridge just outside the village. As you can see, she survived, but she's never been the same. All she does is sit around outside in a daze. Taken her to see several doctors, and they all say the same thing. There's no sign of head injury. No one knows why she's like this.
You're still here?
Yeah. So how's Hana? Did you see her?
Oh, do you know that girl? Are you two friends?
We were. The reason she's like that is my fault. I beg you, won't you please help her?
Take me to the bottom of the valley, down there. And then, tell me everything you know about what happened when Hana fell.
Cry?
An arranged marriage from the main house. What am I supposed to do now?
If you refuse it, they'll cut off their support to our village. And we can't have that. Right, Hughes. Let's run away.
Zen, no. If we did that, both of our families would be ostracized from the village.
My parents would understand, I know it. And I'm certain if your parents really wanted you to be happy, then I know that they would understand too. Hana, we'll never be together if we stay. Let's leave this village and cross the mountains. We'll find somewhere beautiful to live together. Hana, please. Do it for us. Careful. It's weak there, okay?
Zen,
What's the matter?
I can't do it. I don't think we can ever be happy, knowing what our families will go through.
Hana?
I can put up with the way things are, as long as I know that you'll love me forever. You will, won't you? And even if I have to hide my true feelings, I will always love you. Nothing.
But Hana, I don't want that. Come on, let's cross the bridge and get out of here. Please, Hana. Find her? No. No one could have survived a fall from that height. Yet Hana came back, walking on her own 2 feet. But she was different. Empty. A shell of who she used to be. After that, people were saying that she had become a Tanimodori.
Tanimodori?
Every once in a great while, someone falls into the valley and comes back, but without their souls. Then, on the night when the one-night bridge appears, they die. It's just a legend, really.
The one-night bridge?
Some people say that they've seen a mysterious bridge that appears for just one night. But no one's spoken of it in a long, long time. Something wrong?
No. Looks like it's here.
What's here?
The same things that have taken over Hana.
Taken over? What are you talking about?
By rope-like mushi called Nisi Kazura.
Mushi? What are they?
They're difficult for most people to see. Awfully weak for Nisi Kazura. But they don't break if you pull them. The sunlight's not shining through. They gather near the remaining sunlight. This place doesn't get sufficient light from the sun.
How'd it go? Did you learn anything?
This might be difficult for you. I think the Tanimodori and the one-night bridge might not be just legends. Both of them can be explained by the Nisi Kazura. Usually, the Nisi Kazura live in the tops of trees, but the ones living in this valley are taking over the bodies of living beings, most likely in an attempt to leave this place. They need sunlight in order to survive, but they lack the ability to climb out of the valley on their own. So they reside in the bodies of animals to get more sunlight and build up their strength. Once enough of them have done so, they leave the bodies of their hosts, gather a herd, and begin to migrate for them. That's probably what the one-night bridge is. I've heard a similar story once before. A valley where there's a crossing of mushi once every 20 years.
Then why? Why is it that the Tanimodori always have to die? I mean, shouldn't they just return to normal once the mushi leave their bodies?
I've searched this valley. There are no animal bones here. It's likely that the Nisi Kazura are living in the bodies of the dead as well. If that's the case, once they leave the body, all that would remain would be the corpse.
No. It's not true. That means that Hana... It's this year. The last time that someone saw the bridge was the same year that my grandfather turned 40. His 60th birthday is this year. Is there any way to delay it?
Not likely.
But there must be something you can do. I'm not asking you to return her to the way she was before. I just want her to live.
You don't mean...
I'm afraid so. By remaining as she is, she stands the best chance of prolonging her life.
But this mushi, it is possible to remove it, right?
It is. But as I said before, doing so would most likely lead to her death.
Then just do it. Do you think she's happy living this way? Even if it's just a remote chance, it's worth trying.
But there's no need to do anything that drastic. If she somehow managed to survive the fall 3 years ago, then she'll return to normal once the one-night bridge appears.
How can you say that? There's no way to prove that this bridge really even exists. If Hana returns to normal, she has a good marriage offer waiting for her. I can't keep the other family waiting any longer.
I'm sorry, but I cannot do this. I know she's not the same person she was before. But whatever she is, she's alive. I will not treat her like a thing.
What do you know? Hey, Ginkgo.
Zen, well, I'd like to.
Don't worry. I should have the bridge fixed by tomorrow afternoon. You can stay with me tonight.
So, you live alone out here?
My family has a home in the village. But as for myself, I was banished from that place. People around here want nothing to do with me.
Have you ever thought about moving away from here?
Sure. I've thought about it before. But this is where my Hana lives. If she happens to die, I'm sure I'd be leaving not too long after.
What was that noise?
So, it finally fell. Well, maybe it's because you went across it. Other than you, no one's gone across recently.
What? Please let it be soon.
It's hard to say, really. We'll have to work on it in our spare time. Tough luck. I hope you weren't in a hurry.
Damn it. This is just great.
Zen! Zen! I know that you've been hiding that Mushi Master here. He and I have some unfinished business.
You're kidding me. If that's another Tawny Modari, then there could be more of them around here.
Hana? Hana? You're warm. That means you're still alive, aren't you? Right, Hana? You're still alive. I knew it. You've just forgotten everything.
Over there!
Hana! Zen! What do you think you're doing? I told you not to ever come near her again! Hana! She's not breathing! Hana! No, Hana!
Zen, what happened?
It's Hana. She just died. Some kind of black thread came out of the back of her neck.
See? It's time. Come with me, leave this place. There's nothing left here now.
But
the one-night bridge. I think it's happening tonight. We should be able to cross it from this side. This entire area is full of Nishikazuran. They've gained enough strength that even you should be able to see them. You have to decide before midnight. If we miss this chance, there's no telling when the next one will be. You came. There's no turning back. If you try to, you'll fall. Don't worry. We'll make it.
He's right. No turning back. Once I leave this place, I can put everything that happened here behind me.
Hey, what's wrong? What are you doing? I told you, you can't go back.
I can't go on. The one that was Hana is right here.
Listen to me. Hana died 3 years ago. That wasn't her.
No, you're wrong. It was all that kept me going, knowing that she was alive these past 3 years. It was hard seeing her like that. Like she was empty inside. But now after everything that's happened, I think it was better that way. I won't step on her. I can't go on.
Zen, no! I don't know exactly what happened to him after that night on the bridge. But, in all probability, it will be another 20 years before that bridge will span the valley again. A bridge that appears for just one night.